Alrighty guys, hello. Welcome. How are we doing? Good day. Alright. Excuse me. We got a qualifier today. Lovely. We love a good qualifier. As we are going to have ourselves the qualifier for the Backers Brawl, which is something I'll talk a bit about as we go through the stream, as a tournament sponsored by someone who just was StarCraft, got in touch, wanted to try and help support the scene and run some stuff, and hence here we are. Yes, hence here we are. We've got to qualify the 6 invited players as well for a tournament that will then happen this weekend. So that's what's going on. That's what's happening. That's where we are at. We're going to go Rong versus Geralt for the first matchup of our qualifier today. We'll be getting that going in just a few moments. And yeah, sorry I wasn't around yesterday for the Monday Cup. Yeah, sorry I wasn't here for the Monday Cup. It was a bit of a day. It was a bit of an evening, it was a bit of a day on Sunday into Monday, so... Another no Zerg tournament. Zergs just don't want to play in anything, man. I'm trying to invite Zergs to tournaments as well, they also don't want to play in anything. It's rough. Zergs are, nigh on non-existent. Sorry, I didn't realize my voice was so rough before starting. Should have tried to talk before we started to talk on stream. So yeah, but we just got qualified today. Top 2 will qualify into the main event. I pretty much can reveal the rest of the players, apart from we're still looking for a final invite because everyone keeps declining. It's wild. We need to go back to our sponsor and ask what he wants to do. Maybe he picks someone from the qualifier that he likes the name of. I'm not 100% sure just yet, but we'll figure that part out. And again, this tournament will happen Saturday and Sunday. So that will be very fun as well. Cool. Cool. Alrighty. Geralt's just come online, so we should be into Geralt versus Rong in a few moments. How many tournaments am I running simultaneously? Just a couple. We have the WardiTV February event coming up, and then this one. But this one is not... I mean, I'm running this one, but I'm not sponsoring this one. This event is sponsored by a guy who just came up, sent an email. He was like, hey, I heard you can sponsor tournaments. He was like, I'd love to put like $1,000 in to make something happen. We came back and forth a bit, and we chatted about what he might like to do. He had some fun ideas for off races and stuff, but in the end decided he'd rather have focus on kind of getting like a strong field of competition. And hence here we are. The Backers Brawl wants to get the message across that anyone can reach out, and if they've got some money, help to support some StarCraft 2. So yeah, that's the message. That's what's going on. Very fun. Very fun. Alright, cool, so we will, get in game soon. Like I said, we're just waiting for Geralt and Rong to do some vetoing. Sort that out, get that underway. We'll get this started, guys. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask a little bit while we wait for some games to come around. I've just realized something potentially problematic. All right. So we'll yeah, hopefully get going in a moment or two. Geralt vs. Rong. Pick yourself into some TVP to start the day and figure out what we can do from there. Sounds good. Rong Geralt looks good. Yeah, the winner of this plays Zaun as well. And then the other match I think would be potentially fun is Bunny HARSTEM in the round of 8, but if we end up in Rong Geralt, it's unlikely I think that we make it to Bunny HARSTEM on time. So yeah, we figure that out. We will figure that out. Anyways, Geralt is here, the videos are taking place, so we will be into Rong Geralt hopefully soon. See where the day takes us. There we go. Map is up, so we'll get this underway, guys, and we'll get into some StarCraft 2. Let's cast some games. Let's get into some action, see what Rong vs. Geralt's going to give us. How am I doing? I'm okay. Yesterday, yeah, so yesterday was a bit, yesterday just went a little bit wild, so, the long story, well, I guess the whole story is, I was up a little bit late on Sunday, because we were watching the Super Bowl, and then, went to bed, had to get up early to take Ellie to the vets, because she's had some mouth stuff going on, so, went to bed, was gonna get like 6 hours sleep, not too bad. An hour after I went to sleep, I woke up, I had really bad stomach pain, and was like basically pacing around the house for like an hour or so, hour and a half until I got back to sleep. And then obviously, by then, I didn't end up having a lot of sleep. And I took Ellie to the vets, then they actually had to keep Ellie in the vets for the day, so we weren't quite sure what was going on there. And obviously I was a bit worried about Ellie, and I was tired, and I just didn't think I just didn't think the cast was there. There's been many a time where we've, gone live and the cast has been kind of crappy and passion wasn't there. Yesterday was not going to be it, so I decided instead of putting a half effort cast out, we would be better off just taking a day, rest up, be ready to go get Ellie whenever she was ready to be picked up from the vets, and yeah, just reset a little bit. So yeah, sorry for missing. Apparently some good games. From what I saw Cranky Ducklings had a ton of views, which is awesome, so I presume they had some good games to cover. So yeah, hopefully it was fun. I didn't see any of it. I didn't get a chance to watch. I was too tired. I stayed up for the first like hour or two to like do the first bit of admin stuff, and then like 2 hours in, it was like in the round of 8 or something. I was like, these guys are going to be fine without me, so I just went to bed. Well, I went to bed for a couple hours. I woke up and it was done. So yeah, I'll have the replays, so we might be able to do some, might be able to cover some stuff from replay. We'll see what the schedule allows for. We actually have a pretty full schedule right now, like each day is kind of planned out. But yeah, we'll see, because I do want to do a lot of casting during this next month. I want to get a lot of games done, so yeah, February is I mean, it's already quite far into February, but the next 2 or 3 weeks I really want to try and just cast as much as we can, if possible. Alright, in the top right side, our red Protoss player here is Geralt. And he is taking on the blue Terran Rong for our first matchup of the day. A little bit of TVP. And we start up on ley lines for our opening map of this series. Again, just a best of 3. This is round of 16. 2 players qualify today. And joining some invites which you might expect, such as Clem, MaxPax, Hero, Shin, and Gumiho, I believe, are the 5 invites so far. There's meant to be 6. We've not quite been able to make it to 6 just yet. Like I say, a lot of people are not interested in playing. But yeah, I'll be talking to our sponsor, and after the qualifier, we'll see what he wants to do. See if he has any other names in mind. Maybe he'll invite someone that plays well throughout the qualifier. I don't know what he wants to do, so I'll figure that out, and we'll get that sorted. But it's going to be a fun event. It's this weekend. It'll be 8 best of 5s on Saturday, by the way. It's going to be a pretty much a mega stream. So 8 best of 5s on Saturday. The rest of the tournament will play out on Sunday. So that will be coming up. And yeah, we look forward to it. Reaper is going to be finishing. Probe moving out. Cybercore, Nexus coming online right now. Factories coming through on the main base. And an Nexus coming through on both sides. Yeah, it's a Pyrus. Thank you so much, Opyrus. Thank you so much for the 24 months. Let's go. 2 years. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for a 2-year resub. Thank you so much. Welcome back. And thank you for supporting the stream and the StarCraft too. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Yeah, 2 years, man. It's like, I always love it when people hit their annual resubs, or their 1-year resubs, or their yearly. You know what I mean? The milestone resubs, I guess, of a year here and there. Adept gonna come down to the bottom left. Adept shading through. Twilight Council. Stalker, Warp Gate continue to come around. A couple of probes continue about as well. Adept shading toward the upper right hand side against Cyclone and Marines. We'll build on through the starport coming up, so you see you building in. And we get this Adept continue to shade over for a couple of moments. Our starport will be finishing. The Cyclone gathering around. The Reaper comes back to the middle of the map. And we will have the Cyclone here to help apply some pressure here from Rong early. He's going to move forward with it. Obviously, you know, an Adept like this could be caught. Reaper's going to see the Adept, get a couple of shots off, or just the one. And the Adept will sit in the line of sight blocker instead to get a jump on anything showing up. The Medevac will allow us to get further aggression going here. Do we want to go 4 Marines and a siege tank, or what are we going to bring in this Medevac to go across the map? If we're going to go across the map, Cyclone finds the Adept, but is not going to get a kill. It's shading back, and Geralt will be able to protect it. At this kind of point in time, you see an additional gate coming up from Geralt and another Stalker coming down the ramp. So we get ourselves a few Stalkers joined up. The robotics facility is going to finish here. And we begin to rally forward. A few Stalkers and the Adept joining together. The Reaper is going to come up through the center. The Medevac with the siege tank. So actually, we're going to bring everything. Just the tank and the Medevac. Keep it safe and keep it out of sight. And then all the Marines are just going to wander across on their own 2 feet. As we come over to this side, Stalkers are right here. Got to be careful right now. You do not want to take too many shots on your tank, because that's going to really depower your siege. Cyclone doesn't get saved there. Rong gotta save the siege tank. And we do get a fair amount of damage on these Stalkers. This has not been free. And these Stalkers don't have blink, but that's a very far back siege. However, it's good for a shot on the Stalkers. I just think that that's going to be about all we get. He's going to sit kind of on the edge here, just hitting that gateway. We've got a little bit of time until blink is done. We are reinforcing. Second tank may be able to push you a bit further forward here as well, so perhaps you have some hope of breaking through. But as you get more set up, you're also going to be in the situation where there's also blink on the line. And with blink online, you're going to have a much tougher scenario right now too, so that's also going to be a little bit of a problem as our Marines are Viking. Begin to go into the gateway again. The Adept will threaten the shade. Oh, I like it. Commit onto that tank. Do not let the tank friendly fire right now. He doesn't. Great job target firing and making sure the Adept is not targeted on the tank. That would have been actually a little bit disastrous. As it stands, one tank goes down. Marine count's still reasonable. We lost a gateway. We honestly didn't, go clean on this as Geralt. He's lost a fair few stalkers at this point. He's now going to try and intercept reinforcements. Does he get that siege tank? He's so close to it. He's going to blink for it right now. He is going to get... Oh, no, he actually saves the siege tank with the medevac. Nicely done by Rong. That was a little bit clutch. And necessary, too. I think it's time for him to get out of here, though. His stalker's going to stop reinforcements. We're only going to see more reinforcements from Geralt. He's putting a third base down. He's not afraid of this anymore, either. At this point from Rong, it's just can you save these units in that situation? And he's done it correctly. He's pulled back. He's gotten out of there, I think, at the right time. He was trading up until the point he left. And, yeah, I don't think a lot of the time you can ask for much more than that. Is he going to go +1 and stim behind this? As well as a Robo Bay coming through. Nexus coming up from Geralt. So, as we mentioned, the third base. But also the tech into the Robo Bay and the potential Colossus and so on. Going to be part of what he heads into now. Our Stalkers from Geralt will continue down to the bottom side of the map. And they will set up to apply some pressure, as you would expect Blink Stalkers too. 2 tanks in the main base, low HP, but starting to be repaired. And that will be a very good defense. I love that stim is really deep in this main. That really makes it unsnipeable. I mean, you're just never going to get away with sniper and stim pack when it's, right back in that corner. There's just absolutely no chance. Extended Thermal Lance coming through on the Robo Bay. Going to Chrono Boost for the moment. Our Stalkers will come around this bottom side. Sentry, Zealot, warping in straight away. Get the Marine already. We take a couple moments then to calm this down. 8 Marines go up the left-hand side. Meals dropping in, +1, and extended Thermal Lancer coming through. The Colossus, the Gateway is coming up as well. Fire pushes up, a few Stalkers blinking back. Single Stalker on the bottom side. On the move too. As do you have a little step up. Stalker's going to get chased again. Things will settle here. Again, thank you, Prime Sub as well. Did I mention this one? I don't know if I did. This is one of those moments where I saw it, and I think we were just in the middle of action, and now I can't remember if I mentioned it or not. But Auto Exec Bat, thank you so much for the Prime Sub. I've already said it well. Have a second thank you. Appreciate the Prime. Thanks for using it on the channel. Thank you. The drop that we saw leave a little while ago is going to force the recall, which is nice because it gives Rong a much better chance of, getting into position on the map. When he takes position here, these are not charge lots, by the way. I think we've just straight up forgotten charge as Geralt. He's had Blink for so long, there's no way he shouldn't have charge right now. And I think against that army in general, I don't, I like the idea that Rong is not committing to a fight. The fact that there's no charge actually probably means he could probably do very well in a fight, but I don't think he's going to recognize that in time. So, charge now starts alongside Storm, and Geralt will begin to ready himself into the next stage of this game. I don't think we see another fight until those upgrades are done, which means that we are not going to see anything for the next few moments. Unless Rong can take position maybe around this top side and try and force a fight onto this incoming 4th base. That might be the route for him at the moment. In which case he's going to have a little bit of a window before Storm and Charge are done. +2 comes along as well. We'll be online shortly, but still quite a way to go compared to the Storm and the Charge, which are more immediate upgrades here. Again, your 4th base cancel is kind of rough. I think it's the right choice from Geralt. You're probably going to lose it anyway. You're going to be fighting into this very late if you decide to go right now. That's a pretty hefty delay. It was pretty far along. We're 10 minutes in, a 4th base would be nice. He's at the point where he's getting the probes to really utilize a 4th base as well. Your main base will begin to lose a couple of patches, so as you lose a couple of patches, that becomes a bit of a problem too. Hallucination's going to move forward. It's going to be seeing... Well, sets a couple Widow Mines off, but doesn't splash onto any bio or anything. There's still a good chunk of Widow Mines right there available. So Geralt now taking a forward expansion, taking that middle of the map base. It's always very exciting because it does, obviously accelerate a lot of aggression as Geralt's going to dive through the center of the map. Rong is going to be obviously on a longer path to get back home. coming down the left, and that means Geralt gets to the base of Ryung on the third very quickly. Ryung's not in position at all. A couple of ghosts starting to get here. Geralt turns away with the tech unit, so it's only Zealots. That's very manageable. And Ryung is going to get back in time to chase Geralt away. But it forces Ryung back home, so Geralt at least now can kind of reset the positioning on the map. Medevacs coming around that left-hand side. Stalkers can blink, and yeah, that's just an unfortunate moment for Ryung. Gonna lose one full medevac pretty much. Gets away with everything else. That's the threat of, trying to go for a quad drop, right? If you go for a quad drop, that's all well and good. Go for a quad drop. But you're at risk, especially if you get found and you don't know where that army is. And in this case, the army did just find those medevacs in flight. Ryung's supply blocked here. Needs to get out of that to keep on building. Currently sat on the 3 bases. 4th on the way. That'll give him some supply. Alongside a couple depots that coming up. Should give him freedom back up to 200. Start to press forward. The Ghosts obviously looking for some EMPs. The Vikings actually doing a good job as we chase. We're getting a lot of storms in the chase, which I don't love as much. At first, I like the Vikings going after this, but then as the storms kept coming, it was maybe time to turn around and to approach this differently. A couple storms going to go down. Just going to see a bit of bio. Taking damage again. Stalkers and Immortals still coming about. Just going to be seeing the Immortals will go down the left. Zealots charge in from the right-hand side. Colossus and Stalkers going to come chasing as well. We do have a tank in position. Going to blast a few Zealots back the other direction. Stalkers moving to the south once again. Bio gathering, tank shots firing, Zealots and Stalkers taking hits. And tank goes down immediately. The couple of Vikings is going to go straight after the Colossus. Upgrade still coming through. Both Nexus on the way out. The cannon is coming up. +2 armor is about to complete. Tank's hitting some good shots into some Stalkers. Now Vikings gather and just gonna see the bio pushing back there. 1 High Templar, 2 High Templar going down. Storms keep coming through. A couple of those Stalkers getting smashed as we talk about it, but Archon's about to come in, and there's not a lot to really fight Archons right now on that right-hand side. Geralt is definitely just taking a couple of better army fights, and it's making Ryung struggle to get back towards 200 supply. He is stumbling here for sure at this current point in time. We've seen our planted fortress firing, Stalkers and Disruptor shot coming through. Disruptor not going to be too impactful just yet. The concave of Rong makes it difficult for Geralt to engage as well, and that's exactly what you're currently seeing. The difficulty of attacking into this right now is 100% very notable at the moment, so you can definitely see the problem with that good storm onto what was a clump of units, everything getting caught up together right there. That really is one of those things that we've got to try and be extremely careful of. We don't want to let this get too far away from us here. The nice thing for Geralt is as he holds map control with attacks like this, he's doing all the right things behind it. A Dark Shrine going to give you some really good use. Kind of following up from this, we're going to be seeing High Templars warping in, Disruptor coming into play, a 5th base coming around. So he's getting tech, he's getting expansions, economy. Geralt is controlling the middle of the map and doing what he wants to do. The only thing he needs to be careful of is not to overcommit in, not to trade too many units in a position like this. Like, these fights are not meant to be super good for him if he commits into them. But that's fine, because the whole point is not committing in, it's holding and pinning the Terran back. As this Prism going to go down, only gets half the warp in, so that's actually going to be better handled than it initially seemed. Yeah, the idea from Geralt is that he just takes advantage of the map while he holds his position. I'm a little afraid that he's almost trying to do too much. Like, even the the Prism here, a factor. I will say that we are really missing medevac energy. I didn't realize Ryung's medevacs were so drained. That is a problem. I definitely think it's something that we need to be on top of, because if we let that go a little bit too far, we could definitely end up in some issues here as well. Fire Step so a couple Stalkers take some damage. Disrupt the shot. Still trying to move on through here, seeing if there's more opportunity for us to take some steps in and to make something happen. A nice Storm on the bright side is actually going to get rid of a Ghost. How long can Ryung sit back on 4 bases for? Like, right now his army supply is good. But he doesn't have a bank. He doesn't have rebuild potential. If he moves out, he's going to start getting hit by DTs and so on, like Geralt's been setting up for during this. This is why it's such a difficult position for the Terran if Geralt plays it correctly. If the Terran wants to push out, you kind of let him. You know, let him walk away from his base. Open the door for your harassment to hit that you've been setting up for. Going to take an interesting fight here. The High Templars are interestingly poised, and they're not going to find the best of Storms as one of them goes down full of energy still. Few Vikings chasing. Ryung still has that supply lead, but again, has not had the economy to match. And so Geralt, currently sitting on, what, 7 bases, is very much so in a comfortable position coming out of all of this. He is going to be able to rebuild so much more easily than his opponent, and that is the biggest problem of all right now. That is the true issue in this right here. One more Colossus shots going to fire away. Going to go back and forth. Another Disruptor shot comes through. And a Ghost going down a couple of times over. ByuN still stemming up. Storm comes down again, hits a few more Marauders. ByuN still pushing forwards, trying to see a little bit more of what's happening. We do have our DTs jumping onto the bottom side. Rong has CCs to replace that with, but he needs to get rid of these DTs because right now he's going to lose a ton of SCVs. So damage being done. We see another Storm coming down as Rong tries to push on the other side, but this is the issue. Like I say, Rong does not have rebuild potential. Geralt has money. Storms have been great this game all the way throughout. Storm just landing on top of units after units after units. The DT's trying to get busy again. ByuN's going to stim up one more time. Zelts and Stalkers taking hits. The DTs are going down. Rong gets beaten out here in the end. GG is called, and that is going to be first game going the way of Geralt here to open the day in this qualifier. So Geralt opens the day, map win. We're going to go into game number 2. Yeah, all of our other round of 8s are playing already, guys. So ByuN versus Skillers, Bunny versus HARSTEM, and Trigger versus Creator. Yeah, I guess we, by the time this ends, we might even have a semi-final to jump into. We'll see where we're at, I suppose, and figure it out from there. But yeah, we'll sort this out and continue through. Get ready to go into game number 2 of this best of 3 just as soon as some players get swapped around in the lobby, and we'll be off into this, guys. Again, thanks for joining us here today for the Backers Brawl Qualifier. Swap our players, countdown begins, and we'll be into game 2 of this best of 3 in just a few short moments. Kick this off, and away we will go. Alright, let's hop in. As we are going to have ourselves in the bottom left-hand side, taking that first game victory. We have ourselves Geralt. As yo, thank you so much, Leon, over on the YouTube with the €5 super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the generosity and donating to the stream and the StarCraft that we run here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the €5. Alright, game number 2. I'll kick this off and get this underway. Rong, I feel like was in a fine position. For a moment about, just going to be seeing racks coming through, Cybercore coming online. SV coming about. Probe's just going to get chased a little bit. Marine going to get that. Chase that probe around a little bit as well. Not happy to be losing his worker, unfortunately, so that's going to go down, and he drops the angry face. Rong's going to put a little bit of a smile back on track. Let's just get ourselves a Twilight Council coming through. Next is coming up. We're going to see our racks moving over to the side, the factory coming over as well. Take a couple of moments here. Going to be seeing our units moving about. Just going to see the Hellions actually going to be good for fighting this Adept back. You've seen a rover facility coming through, gateway coming up, blink coming online, got a couple of batteries coming through as well, so we keep this coming into play. The tech labs coming through, the SCVs are building as well. Continue to bring this online for the moment. Ourselves a and drop in the 4 Widow Mines. We'll try and find some damage here as we drop 2 Widow Mines down. The probe is pulled back. 1 Widow Mine atop the ramp. Probe our Widow Mine gonna unburrow, reburrow. The other Widow Mine gonna come across. 2 more workers going down again. You need to get connections right now. Been pretty okay on all of that. Going to play cleanup. This really wasn't that bad. 7 probes going down. I mean, obviously one of those connections is very good, but at least you get every single Widow Mine. The medevac is low. The threat for the future is nullified for the moment, which I think is a pretty big part of this right now. So shutting that down definitely goes big. We're gonna get a little grab here. Marine going hunting. Able to clean up on the map, which is nice. Let's have ourselves a few Stalkers trying to poke in at the front a little. Not really able to do too much just yet. Our +1 Nest impact will be on the way in, though. That's definitely going to be a factor. Get ourselves those upgrades. That should do a lot for you. That's up Nathan in the YouTube chat. What's up? How have you been doing? Watching your streams many years. Mad love. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. By curiosity, I intend to put yesterday's videos online. Working on it. I'm trying to figure out when we can do it. Like, the schedule is a bit full right now, but I would like to go back and cast some of those games from yesterday, because apparently there's some fun matches. So, yeah, I don't know right now is my answer. I've not had a chance to look. I've been trying to organize tournaments. So, in organizing tournaments, I've not had a chance to try and reschedule things, because I was just meant to be live yesterday, so we kind of just lost a day. Let me have a look at the schedule now. Well, I say, well, not much is going on, but there is actually going to be some action across the map as the Stalkers are going to fight into the main base. Actually doing pretty well, finding some damage, finding some value for the moment. Going to get out of there and get back home. Yep, is definitely struggling behind on army supply, though. I mean, I'll see how he catches up as the Colossus starts to come out. He should start to get into a little bit of a better spot, so see where that goes. We'll see what will happen as our Bio Tank Force coming down the right-hand side. Bio gets all the way down to the bottom. Just going to be seeing the Watchtower coming through. Gateways, Temple Archives. Disrupting the +1. Seeing Geralt getting into a nice attack here. There's a little bit of harass once again as a couple of workers do go down. Move to the sides here again, just getting a little drop in, getting some damage done. Fire Force comes across. We get rid of a couple Zealots. 7 SCVs drop down again. Storm coming through. Hey, what's up, Dohi? Thank you so much for the 39-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you for resubscribing. Only a couple pylons coming through. The Nexus will begin to build. We add a +1 armor upgrade to that as well. Colossus, Forge, and Refineries, Vikings, Marine Marauder coming online. It's gonna be a nice little Wood of Mine shot. Clean up on the upper left. So on the bottom right is going to get jumped on. We clean that up as well. Rong still on a comfortable supply lead as he gets across the map. Let's see what he can do in terms of position taking. It's very similar, very akin to what we had last time. Remember, last time Rong made a push, got on the 4th base, denied it. This time Geralt's in position at least to play defense on the 4th base. Just gonna let a couple of Marauders start to clean up some static defense. See if we can bait this army forward. The tanks are not super far forward. At the same time, we have a Raven going huge, killing a whole ton of probes. Is that all of the Raven? Oh my goodness, no reaction at all. And so Geralt just lets a load of workers die. That's absolutely brutal. This army otherwise sits down the bottom side. Rong set up to say hello and to greet this force. A couple of Zealots will begin to drop. We'll see another Storm coming in. The Marine Marauder going to have to split apart. The Bioforce going to go back and forth here again. Dive in. That's a Colossus that takes a few shots. Battery does its thing. No pressure on the other side. Actually got a few ghosts popping out of the natural. They're going to move across as well. A couple of Zealots just warp in nearby. The Marauders are going to go stimming through. Yeah, another auto turret just drops straight into this natural mineral line. We get rid of a couple of probes. And that's just economy which Geralt keeps losing. He just cannot hang on to that for his life. So that is continually an issue at the moment here. There's a couple of Zealots come up. Just going to see the Bio going to get there. A couple of the Zealots going down already. Bio's just going to step straight through and actually going to go for a couple of those Stalkers. Colossus isn't going to last either. Rong's army looks very much so good enough right now as We get rid of this Guardian Shield that's not even protecting anything. The Disruptor's pulling back, needs to recharge. Isn't going to get the chance. The Archon goes down. The Zealots get Widow Mined. Storm is decent. It's just too late. You know, those Storms come in towards the start of a fight. It's a very different scenario. Now we have an EMP to get rid of the final Storm. And with 2 Siege Tanks still here, this looks like a pretty unbreakable spot for Geralt. He's got Vikings arriving overhead once more, getting onto his Colossus. He is going to push forward, and do we have no reinforcements at all showing up from Rong? Apparently not, so no reinforcements just yet. Which means that this game continues. The bio gathering back up as well. See how bio gonna hit. It's gonna have our Nexus moving back a little further again. When Archon goes down, we pull back again. It's gonna see the Storm continue to come through. The bio gathering up. We kind of got back towards a couple of tech units that have some chance, but I mean, this Colossus should die. I mean, a lot of reinforcing bios showing up as well. Feels like Rong was kind of waiting for this for a little while, honestly, at this point. And then you step through. Vikings will get rid of the Colossus. The Zealots step up as well. It's going to be GG's. And Rong is going to take game number 2 of this best of 3, which means that we are going to get a 3rd game in the opening round of this qualifier. Very exciting, very fun. Yeah, we'll go into game number 3 of this, guys. Let me just click join. I'm going to have to run ads. These guys keep playing long games, and I'm a little behind on ads because it was a little bit of an awkward situation last time we were live, but don't worry about that too much. Alright, we're going to go into Abyssal Reef for our next game. Which is going to be game number 3, so we'll get that started up. We'll get this up and running. Alright, let's go into this. Just get some good news and some scheduling stuff, so I'm just trying to update my thing so I can try and figure it out. There's the Backers Brawl. This is a tournament that is fully sponsored by someone who just reached out and said, hey, I want to sponsor a tournament. And the idea of the name is that, you know, it is an event that is put together by someone who just backed it, and that, you know, people can also do the same. You can reach out, you can put money into tournaments, you can help support these events and get players playing and stuff like that. As we enter this game 3 of the series, let's see what Rong and Geralt give us here. Get this one underway on Abyssal Reef. See what's going to happen. As he gets there, probe gets turned around. gonna have Factory coming up, Cybercore coming over. Geralt's gonna pause for a second. Sound bug, hopefully quickly solved. We'll get back on track. So yeah, this is a community-funded tournament. Just to come back to the conversation. But yeah, community-funded tournament. One guy reached out, wanted to fund it. And like I say, wants to encourage others to do the same. Or, you know, obviously it doesn't necessarily have to be on the same scale. Just, you know, you can come out, you can reach out, you can donate $5 to the WardiTV Patreon if you want to support a tournament, right? Like, that is the message that we're putting out for the event, because we're in a time period where community-run and community-funded events are probably going to be a pretty big thing. Maybe folks about I see those Reapers coming down the right-hand side. Again, Twilight Council just over halfway done already. War Gate coming through. See the two Reapers going to dive in. Don't love that grenade. I mean, that grenade was just off. It's going to get a probe. That's probably all we get here. Second probe will be difficult to find with the Stalker hot on your tails. Gets it, okay, not bad. Gets two probes, then has to deal with this Hellion on the natural at the same time as well. So goes to work on that. So two probes go down again. The blink coming up as well. That moves up. Blink on the way. And we've seen our Robo coming up and online. There's each tank coming through as well. There is the medevac. Two Widow Mines inside. Going to come down the left-hand side. Going to go and try and make a push. There we go. A couple of Widow Mines just going to get pushing forward. Stalker's going to be there. Push the Hellion and the Reaper away. The first Widow Mine, second Widow Mine, both going to be dropping in. Kaboom for two probes. And we're going to unburrow to try and buy a little bit more time here. We should be able to save that first Widow Mine that fired. Which is amazing because... Oh no! I was going to say, don't drag that into more workers. You save one Widow Mine now and that medevac can still be a threat for later. Something you've got to keep on top of here. Robo Bay about to finish. Next is coming through. Factory swaps. Yeah, there's another Rex building up here. Obviously, Stim on the way. No real pressure from Geralt yet. He's still sat at home, so not moving out at all just yet. Yeah, that's the simplest one on the way. The few Stalkers coming around the bottom. Stalkers coming through. The Raven going to make a move as well. And that right there is the value of that Widow Mine. Just going to be able to come back through, get a grab on that. Widow Mine gets denied. But yeah, it was able to obviously do very well for itself again. As we do have Stimpack Combat Shield +1. Continuing to come on through. +1 in the charge coming up from Geralt, giving himself some upgrades to work with. The Colossus almost halfway along here currently. Probes going down again, +1, extended thermal lance, the charge, all continue to come about here currently. And Colossus Stalkers making their way about. Viking Marauders coming through, Concussive Shells coming about, our Adept is going to fire, Reaper's taking some shots. Obviously that Raven had so much potential in the second game, got so much damage done, that was pretty huge. Nexus, Colossus, extended thermal lance coming about, the Storm and the +1 armor coming through as well. Adept trying to move over, Widowmine getting set up. Stalker's trying to get through, the Bio gathering in the center. Again, Storm's halfway done currently. Extended thermal lance is not far from being wrapped up, so we are getting to all of those tools that Geralt has been using in games 1 and 2 for success. A bit of Bio continues to come around. And that Bio continues to come about. It's going to be seen as Storm now finished, so Rong doing what he's done in the previous games, getting a good position as Geralt tries to go to a 4th base. He got pushed back from this event. Well, I mean, he succeeded in the first game, but then he didn't keep the position. In the second game, he kept the position while kind of not necessarily taking the base down, but it forced enough fights that he was able to take advantage of it. Maya will be there as all goes down. As if he's taking some shots, we will see our 2-2 upgrades and ship weapons. Coming up from Rong currently, had a few ghosts on there, had a couple of Vikings. Our Bioforce coming right down into the center. A couple of Widowmines going to set up. The Marauders are going to step forward. I'm going to go after a couple of those Zealots, and these Zealots going to get grabbed. So 1 Zealot, 2 Zealots. Got our Widowmines taking shots as well. Nexus falling, a few probes are getting blasted. 5-6 workers currently dropping down here as our Storm will land from the high ground. Let's go High Templar and we blink forward to try and capitalize. I actually think Rong saved a Stalker there by backing up. Rong has just maxed out his army so strong and large right now. The problem is turn that that size of army into something that can now push into the Protoss, who's defensively set up on 4 bases. That might be the issue. Ghost being used to clean up some Zealots is fine and dandy, but there has to be more follow-ups to this in the near future still as come back over. Bio moving across. The Zealots are going to step around Colossus. Going to come down the right-hand side as well. The Bio going to try and jump through. First Colossus going to go down immediately. Yeah, and 2-2 upgrades coming about. A couple of Vikings are coming in. We're going to get ourselves a High Templar. Zealots now come charging forward. Anti-armor missile strikes the Colossus, Stalkers, and Zealots. Another disruptor shot connecting on the Marauders. Stalkers will blink through again. Our siege tank still taking some shots as we get pulled back here. Zealots disrupting the +2 coming around. Widowmine fires. Another EMP drops into place. This army of Geralt settles around the right here at the moment. Again, our +2 ship weapons is coming about, our +2 armor is coming through. Add a few high tempo onto that. The disruptor shot fires but does not land anywhere just yet. And we'll see our factory chilling on the far left-hand side. Fusion core coming online as well. Add a planetary fortress to it. Got a few SCVs underway. Yeah, all of the later game setup. I mean, especially if you just get into Liberators right now. That's one of the big things from Rong. Especially on a map like Abyssal Reef, a lot of the areas around bases are pretty choked up. The Liberators are really good. They really do a lot of denial. That High Templar gets absolutely blasted into obliteration, so that HT goes down. They got a storm off, but was it worth how badly it died? Cool, SCVs going down, Bio, Vikings still gathering together, storms across the ghosts in the Bio right there as well. Good damage done. Couple shots, Vikings pushing through. Let's see, our shots coming around. 9 SCVs going down. The Marauder is going to eat a Disruptor there. I mean, Disruptor will fall. The problem with Disruptor shots like that is obviously you don't kill Marauders nowadays, so those Marauders just get healed up. It's kind of what the Disruptor nerf was aimed at. Like, a random Disruptor can't just be like, bam, super efficient. There has to be like more kind of continuity from the Disruptors. It's a good Disruptor because he gets a couple of Ghosts. Will cost you 2 High Templar as well, though. Dive through, Vikings going to turn, 1 Colossus goes down, 2nd Colossus going to get jumped on, so 2 Colossus will fall. Fire moves up, Vikings as well, a couple of disruptor shots will fly, but just a couple of SCVs. Geralt getting into this position now. Which is kind of what he was winning game 1 off of, taking a central position on the map and going from there. I think Rong was much better set up this time around than he was in game number 1. Shot's going to try and come through. He managed to deny 1, but the 2nd Disruptor shot is good into the center. Now some Zealots going to sit between the bases. ByuN still trying to stream out of the barracks. What else can we do right here is Rong just has to keep pulling back and dealing with these Zealots, giving position. And 3 SCVs going down currently. See a couple of Zealots chasing the SCVs, finally going to get that cleaned up in the main base. The moment Geralt takes control of the map, it feels like the entire game just shifts. That's a Disruptor shot that would have been huge, but it does end up denied. Gonna jump onto the Zealots. The Sense Tower is going to get taken down. We continue to push through. Those Zealots keep on dropping. We are still dealing with the Zealots. Rong maxed out, obviously has the money that he didn't have last time, which I think is a big deal breaker as well. So we've seen a little storm coming through from the high ground. Rong's still responding and actually getting some kills in return, which I think makes a big difference to what we saw before. See recall on the right side, so that base gets protected. However, that's now recall on cooldown, so that might give you the opportunity, right? That might give you the chance here to say, okay, with recall on cooldown, maybe I can make some plays. Maybe I can punish this army if it steps too far forward again. Maybe a drop at this point in time could be one of the next things we kind of go towards. Get rid of that Archon. You can see the Stalkers and the Archon showing up on that right side. The Colossus too. So the Liberators are great as well. I mentioned them aggressively on this map, but defensively too, same thing. Attacking into that is going to become extremely difficult and extremely tough. Now there's the DTs starting to warp in, and they are absolutely going to look to make a difference here across the course of this game. As we'll drop down a couple of starports into the main base. The Colossus will fire a couple of SCVs in some trouble already. This is what I mean. Now that recalls on cooldown, some potential moves being made with bigger kind of bio move outs. However, Zealots warp in and defend. Meanwhile, the DTs jump onto this base. That looks like it's going to be a kill. Launch a nuke into the bottom left. That is just a nuke on top of units that were. Yeah, I feel like that's almost a misclick, or just trying to get his opponent to panic or worry. I don't even think Rong really realized what he was doing with that nuke. Blows up his own ghost. Potentially candidate of the worst nuke of the year. That's a dramatic way to go out. One nuke to kill yourself. It's a move. It's definitely a move. Stalkers pushed back by the Liberator fire, so them Liberators will continue through. The couple of DTs will press up. Our bio pulls back. Do we have any scans available? These DTs are just farming at the moment. Look at them go. Jeez. $22 STV is dead. I mean, Rong still has a good army supply, but now Geralt has triple his work account, 93 to the 31. That is going to be extremely difficult to bounce back from. I mean, Rong basically has to go and win some fights right here and now, and this could be the start of something, coming in with a little bit of a flank as well. You get these Colossus. I mean, if you knock down enough tech units, then you maybe do just have a way to just push across the map. Double disruptor shot. Dead center on the bio, though, and another one gonna hit the front line. Rong has almost just given up on this army moving across the map. It started so well. Now he's gonna eat the storms. That is how you lose everything, and any hopes of coming across the map to deal damage get obliterated by disruptors, storms, and all the rest. And that is going to be a little bit of an unfortunate conclusion, to be honest. Damn. So Geralt advances through to play Zaun in the next round. Man, I felt like there was definitely a chance for Rong to come across and make something happen, like especially when he's killing those Colossus, but you can't just eat disruptor shots like that and storms like that, you know, that just don't work. That just don't work. Alright guys, qualifying matches will be coming up. HARSTEM will play the winner of Trigger and Creator, which is still in game. And then Zaun versus Geralt will happen now. ByuN versus Skills is happening on that same side. We'll be doing the qualifying matches one by one. Because of that, I don't really want to go into Geralt versus Zaun. Yeah, I don't really want to go into Geralt versus Zaun. Yeah, just because I feel like it's going to end up delaying things quite heavily. So maybe we switch it up just slightly. Yeah, okay, we'll have to run some ads either way, but I think we just take a moment, we wait for Creator and Trigger to finish, and then we'll follow the winner in versus HARSTEM. And then it'll just be our first best of 5 qualifying matchup. Yeah, so I think we're just gonna wait for. Oh, okay, it's gonna be HARSTEM Trigger, perfect. In fact, guys, I'm gonna BRB a couple moments. We'll come back. HARSTEM versus Trigger coming up. So yeah, we'll be right back. HARSTEM Trigger when we come back. Yabby. Alrighty guys, so Welcome back, welcome back. We're going to be jumping into HARSTEM vs. Trigger. Best of 5 qualifying series here today. Winner is going to advance into the finals, which is not played, but the finals means that you are qualified. So that is where we are going and heading. Awesome stuff. Alright, countdown begins. HARSTEM vs. Trigger best of 5 PvP qualifying matchup. We are going to get this underway right now. Let's hop in. As we have got in the top right-hand side of the map, our pink Protoss player. This is Trigger, as we get into our first of 2 qualifying matchups. This first best of 5 being a PvP. Actually a very interesting one. Trigger been playing great lately. I mean, both these guys have fun results actually coming into this. I mean, Trigger just took out Creator 2-1 to advance into this qualifying round, while HARSTEM in the bottom left takes out Bunny 2-1 to advance into this qualifying round. I'm actually just going to take a quick moment to check the scoreline between HARSTEM and Trigger. I feel like this is a matchup that probably doesn't happen too much. Let's have a look. Trigger, HARSTEM. Oh, so the last time they played once in 2024, and that was the last time they played. Trigger won 2-0 in a KSR Cup. And then they played once in 2023. Wow, and they played quite a lot in 2022 as they played in a bunch of TSL qualifiers, basically. It's actually kind of crazy. And these guys have only played each other 8 times. And yet they're both pretty frequent contenders in online cups. I mean, I guess Trigger, currently in Korea, I believe, plays a little bit more kind of online events now than he did because of the time zone from when he was in America. So I think that's, I guess, kind of interesting. Yeah, actually very intrigued to see how they play then. It's not very rare you see 2 players play each other. They've played twice in 2 years. Actually makes this a very rare matchup, and hence a very exciting one. So let's see what we've got in store for us here, as HARSTEM will be starting off with a pylon to the top of the map, and looks as though he's going to get into proxy mode for the opening of this series. So he's going to get ready to proxy up top. Cybercore's coming through from both players currently. This pylon from Trigger, he's getting ready to proxy as well. It's going to be a very far forward proxy from Trigger. That looks more like a Robo, while HARSTEM's looks more like a Stargate with just the positioning. And that's exactly what we see. Proxy Stargate versus Proxy Robo. This gets very interesting very quickly. The Stargate units can get nullified by batteries, but the Stargate units can be very good defensively against a Robo, but they're going to be coming from across the map, and from the wrong positions, that could become very awkward too. So, early game is going to be very intriguing. I think we're actually in for a little bit of a show here. I guess we'll see what happens as the probe comes around the back, just to nibble up a little bit, try and see what's going on. Bunny's out already. Yeah, unfortunately Bunny's out. You will see Bunny in the WardiTV February tournament next week though, so if you want to see some Bunny games, you'll be able to catch some of them there. Yeah, he lost to HARSTEM today, so unfortunately for him, his journey comes to an early close. As this Stalker is going to come through, and that Probe is going to get knocked down. Probe nibbling at the pylon for a few moments. We have an Oracle, we have Zealots, all coming through. The couple of Adepts from Trigger will make their way up into the main base. Battery goes down, blocking those Adepts. Those Adepts are going to turn, the Zealot will take some damage, and that Zealot is going to go down. So one Adept falls, the Zealot goes down again. As we will see our Adept coming back around the bottom. And HARSTEM knows about the Robo, so HARSTEM is aware of what's up. Trigger does not know what's up, but he does have units poised just in case, and he's got a battery there as well. This one Oracle does not have much hope of doing anything just yet. Prism will be available soon for Trigger as HARSTEM's defense at home. As he gets his own Robo up, will become pretty stalwart. I mean, obviously a Robo defensively does a lot for you. Oracle reveals itself, HARSTEM doesn't want to do anything else off the Stargate because he would rather have units from the Robo. So that's exactly what he goes for. The deficit he'll be playing at is that Prism is available already, and the sentries make it very awkward because if you hit good force fields, HARSTEM has no way to dodge away from force fields right now because he doesn't have his own Warp Prism available just yet. Units coming over, settling down. We do have the Oracle and Adept together. Actually going to depower the Robo, which forces the... Oh, this is actually kind of cool because it forces the Prism to stay here to keep this Robo powered. That's going to mean that the Prism is not aggressively positioned just yet. HARSTEM going to go second Immortal though before Prism still. Now we're going to let the Robo be depowered. HARSTEM's going to catch up on Immortal count, but still missing the Warp Prism micro. It's obviously a problem to be figured out here in the next few moments. Our Oracle scouting on in. The Adept already hitting the Robo facility. Here come the unit Stalkers, Sentries, 2 Immortals, plus the Prism Micro. Force fields are going to be huge potentially here. All of these structures of HARSTEM really set up good force fields too. Right now, we had to just use the Guardian Shield. But yeah, I'm looking at this, I'm like, man, force field here could lock some units out. Like, force field here could trap units already as well. I think there's a lot of power in that right now. Yep, there's the first force field coming down. We're going to trap an Immortal. And that means we're down an Immortal right from the start before HARSTEM gets his Prism to save it. And that's the issue. Fighting this before you have the Prism is just so difficult. And HARSTEM's investment into the Stargate has not done anything, right? Like, now he's on double Oracle. But what's he going to do with double Oracle? Like, he needs to do something. He needs to do it fast. Can he bring double Oracle into this fight? Is that actually maybe worthwhile? Because there's not a lot of anti-air. We warp in 3 more Adepts now. Cancel that. Does that trigger thinking that maybe he actually needs 3 more Stalkers? Yeah, he does. He builds more Stalkers. He actually warps them in back at home as well. Already on his way to Blink. I think Trigger has taken a comfortable lead at the start of this game. Our force field is nice, but it doesn't do too much because you have the Prism to evacuate. We let 1 Stalker go down before we use the Prism. HARSTEM has his own Prism now as well. Should be able to micro units back and forth a little further as we continue to go. Here the Oracle's showing up. This is what I was thinking. We could actually bring these Oracles back and they will help to clean up and defend. The problem is Trigger is already on his way to Blink. It's interesting because I guess HARSTEM now is essentially going to be playing Immortals versus Blink, which is not bad. Right? Like, having a bunch of defensive Immortals is kind of a fine thing. The issue is going to be... Oh, we're actually losing Immortal as Trigger gets a bit too fancy with the micro and out-fancies himself. Another Immortal producing off the Robo facility. Prism heading to the center. This Prism backing away. Yeah, because this Robo is depowered, it makes this very weird because it's not kind of an even situation. And we get a Phoenix to go hunt down the Warp Prism. Oh man, I'm starting to love it. He's going to miss the Prism, but even just having the Phoenix for the future is very cute. I actually started to believe in HARSTEM's position. I was really not a fan of where he was at before, but I like it a lot more now. Yeah, killing the Robo is great. Guarantee nothing else comes out of this. Yeah, I like this a lot right now. I like this a lot. 2 Oracles go up the left-hand side. Robo facility halfway done. The Immortal producing from HARSTEM. The Prism on the south. It's going to take a turn in toward the main. Stalker's able to hit. Immortal gets his barrier pinged. Double Oracle would be great. I mean, 4 Stalkers are being kept back here to defend this. We're actually going to recall the Prism as the Phoenix forces that as well. Yeah, I like where HARSTEM is at. I mean, yes, his opponent has Blink Stalkers, but he's now on what? Quadruple Immortal? That's a lot of Immortals. Obviously, you got to be very careful with the micro and make sure you don't lift them into the Prism as the Stalkers jump on the Prism or so, but HARSTEM starts his expansion. I think he's very safe to do that. The Oracles take some damage, but they will live. And yeah, HARSTEM's going to be able to comfortably push this away. And this actually ends up in a fairly standard game state now, which is that 1 player opened Blink and 1 player basically opened Immortals. That's basically what this looks like. So it becomes a very kind of winnable game on either side. HARSTEM is pushing though. So HARSTEM actually believes, oh, that's a cool stasis ward if his opponent runs into it. Did he set up a stasis ward on the other side as well? He's going to set up a stasis ward here too. It's actually going to get very awkward for these Stalkers. What do? They've got to get back home somehow, but if they walk into that stasis trap, he's going to get the Observer there to kill it. Yeah, HARSTEM with maybe too obvious of a play almost. 4 Mortals, Prism. Do we have any warp-ins? I feel like HARSTEM's not reinforced this army for a hot second. A couple more units get set up. We're going to try and push in with these 4 Mortals. Baits a force field pretty quickly. Energy overcharge, give the Sentry energy for a Guardian Shield. Step forward again. Now a couple of force fields is where the Prism should go and save a couple of these Immortals. pull them back a little bit. We're going to step forward again. Adepts in the front going to do a lot of the tanking here. As the Immortal down on the bottom side goes down from Trigger, so there's one of his power units taken out. The Prism just going to straight up fall, though, but we're blinking into 4 Immortals. Is that a playable situation? A new Immortal showed up from Triggers. He did get a new Robo up and running. Prism Micro has to be absolutely exquisite right now. We try to retreat. We blink forward. It only catches 1 Stalker. HARSTEM losing the Prism. Oh, he's going to get away because of the... He's going to get away because of the Stasis Wards. He gets a recall down. He's going to try and chase the Prism, which will get to a battery. The Stalker ate up all the battery energy. Go kill the Prism, no? More Stalkers in the main. Phoenix has to back up. Saved by the Stasis Wards. HARSTEM got a little too far forward. Where HARSTEM's warping's been basically non-existent because he's only on 1 gateway still. Wow, so because he's only on 1 gate, I was constantly thinking, I'm sure HARSTEM's not warping in. His army's getting no bigger. And it's because he only had 1 gateway, so there was no significant addition to be had. If he keeps the Prism alive, there's such a different scenario, but having the Prism like permanently in siege mode when it doesn't really have any warp-ins to be done is kind of feels a little bit silly, right? Because in the alternative is, if that Prism is in movement mode and maybe doesn't die, then you keep a couple of Immortals alive a bit longer and you just win that fight. Supplies are even once again right now. What's that gateway count out? 3 against 1, going up to 2 here for HARSTEM, plus 1 upgrade starting both sides. Trigger will take a faster 3rd base, which is expected, considering the situation. We're in a place here where Trigger is going to have a more mobile army, and that makes you much more comfortable in taking a 3rd base already, right? So, no surprise to see him rushing toward that 3rd base in comparison to his opponent. So yeah, no surprises there. A few more Stalkers down to the bottom. There's a couple sentries, and a Stalker able to grab an Observer. HARSTEM having the need to add more gateways on as well. It's going to cost minerals. That means he can't get into the 3rd base as quickly as he might like otherwise. This Phoenix has a vendetta against this War Prism. It really wants it. It's just not going to get it still. You get 2 of the Stalkers there, though. The Immortals moving forward and then making sure to shoot those Stalkers down 1 by 1. The Oracle's very much so still alive as well and still a factor. Something that can come in and kill some workers here and there and keep a bit of control and information gathering going for HARSTEM. So don't forget that he has those. A proxy Stargate from the start of the game might not have been immediately effective, but it did become better and better as time passed by. It did feel as though it started to get some value brought into play. Hallucination continues to move overhead. He has Stalker and Sentries. Going to fire. The Phoenix going to get rid of that hallucination. And our units from HARSTEM will step forward. 4 Immortals combined at the moment. Yeah, we get charge coming up. The attack upgrades coming through. High Templar still coming in. We had a couple more cannons down. Extra gateways coming online. Hallucination moves right down the bottom as the couple of Oracles pop out. The Prism will step forward again. Just going to lift up one of those Immortals. And the Oracles keep moving down to the bottom side. Hallucination gets taken out. Archons and the Sentry is going to be good to get the kill. And again, these Oracles now going to ping around the right-hand side here to keep the pressure up. Obviously, much later 3rd base from HARSTEM. His work count is not good. His army count is, but his opponent's starting to get the tech units out that are going to make it difficult for HARSTEM's army to be comparable. Like, you know, Trigger also has his own Immortals now. He also has Archons. He's going to have batteries and cannons. I don't know if HARSTEM can really justify an attack in at the moment. I just don't know if he has enough stuff to attack into static defense, and yet he kind of needs to attack in. He's down 20 workers. If he doesn't fight forward, then what is he really going to be doing? And Zald's got to be careful because those Archons are going to be so good at clearing them up. Then we've got batteries, we've got cannons. Going to make this very difficult for HARSTEM, like I say, as the aggressor. We've got a couple Stasis Wards down. Can he bait Trigger to step into any of those Stasis Wards? I feel like it's unlikely because Trigger should be aware that that's what HARSTEM's going to be playing around. Oh, he actually does get one off. That was actually a fresh Stasis Ward that he just put down, so he does get a little bit of a numbers advantage now. Batteries are draining out of energy very quickly. 3, 4 Mortals keep on fighting through this. HARSTEM's running out of units to buffer. He needs some of these Zealots to show up right now. The Mortals, and just the moment that Trigger gets out of this stasis, it's going to turn extremely one-sided. HARSTEM just has to spend so much time fighting static defense. There's the Stasis Ward fading. Another Stasis Ward actually gets up, catches those Immortals and the Archon again. HARSTEM, is there a way? Is there a chance? Mortal on the right side goes down. He's kind of out of Immortals himself, though. With no tech units here, this will be GG. And a pretty entertaining first game goes the way of Trigger in the end, as HARSTEM definitely had opportunities to kind of have this one himself. And that is going to be GG for our opening game of this qualifying matchup. Other side of the bracket, by the way, ByuN will play the winner of Zaun and Geralt, so it'll be a TVP for ByuN to qualify into the Backers Brawl this weekend. $1,000. Tons of StarCraft 2 this weekend in that tournament. Look forward to it. Should be good. Should be exciting. Alright, so I'll get this ready to go. And for our second game to get hosted between HARSTEM and Trigger here. As yeah, HARSTEM just waiting a little bit. First line coming in. Just gonna get this started up. Going to game number 2. Get this ready to go. Alright, GLHF gets called. Let's jump into game number 2. As we have got our pink Protoss in the top right corner of Frostline. Looking to try and take this to a 2-0 lead. We have got Trigger. Taking on the yellow Protoss down in the bottom left-hand side. We've got HARSTEM. Get this one up and ready to rumble. Chrono Boost, away we go. Get ourselves settled down here. Again, a couple of assimilators coming through from HARSTEM, the assimilator coming up from Trigger, the probe coming down the bottom side as well. So yeah, we just continue to go moving about for a little bit. Get settled in. Probe comes around the back, just going to nibble. An extra couple of gateways coming through as well, so we get that all set up. Cybercore coming online. And yeah, we get ourselves up and rolling for the moment. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, and on the other side as well. Let's just get that set up. Also, I'm going to continue with the aggression. This time he goes for the proxied robo facility. So, robotics facility going to be his choice right from the get-go here. Puts that straight down. Going to be a big part of the open in a few moments. Hoping the sentry pull back a little bit. Again, robo facility coming through the gate and the warp gate coming up as well, so we continue to get that online. Both stalkers building off the gateways. Again, getting the robo coming up. Stalkers coming through. Mortal coming about. Obviously, this just being a defensive kind of... I say defensive, but basically being the 3-gate robo from Trigger gives him a pretty good opportunity here to take an advantage, because to me this puts you in a pretty great position right from the very get-go. Really sets up to be very powerful as the A couple of stalkers will move about. The prism is on its way. The sentry is coming through on the gateway. Hallucination is going to make its way down toward the main base. And again, a few stalkers will gather together. The Immortal as well. Bit out of that. Next is going to drop onto the natural. Again, there is going to be our observer coming through on the robo and get going for a little bit here, moving on to the natural. And we're just going to go and try and press through. Like I say, defensively, this should be very good for Trigger. Now, HARSTEM's already building the Nexus, though, so he definitely recognizes the need to, you know, spiral and pivot into something different and not just double down on what he's, you know, initially was planning on moving into. So you definitely realize that a different technique is going to be necessary now. Started, a couple of shots still coming off. Over towards the base, we have ourselves the Robo Facility still cranking out Immortals. Obviously, one of the issues that HARSTEM will have in this game is that this is going to be a very exposed position. And eventually this is a position that likely gets taken out and taken down, and the moment that happens, you're just down your investment into this robo, right? So it is a problem, and one of the questions that kind of comes from this is how much do you commit to trying to keep that robo facility alive currently? Is that a big commitment? Is that something you kind of, you know, try and move into a little? It's a pretty reasonable question as our Prism comes back through the bottom side and chased away over into that bottom right corner. It's only 2 Adepts here from Trigger, so not a big threat to the Robo either. HARSTEM is making a Phoenix out of a Stargate that he made, so he's going to try and take a Phoenix kind of approach to this. What the Phoenix will typically do is, obviously, a Phoenix can, you know, nab away at the Prism, and it can lift up any key units from your opponents, so I imagine that will be a factor at some point of this as well. Next is still settling. There is the denial on the Robo. I mean, HARSTEM knew this was coming. He starts to move into Twilight Council on the Forge. He's going to be later on the Blink if that's what he goes to. He might not go Blink. He might just go Charge and then get Temple Archives going down as well, in which case the Blink timing is not as important. It's still going to have a factor because obviously the Blink timing will enable your opponent to become an aggressor as well, so it's something we think on. So a few probes going down on the other side. So the Immortal drop actually successful for a few workers. So success from HARSTEM over here as Trigger loses a few workers. The denial on this Prism begins as the Phoenix are going to show up, and they are going to be able to chase that Prism away. So that's going to be a success as Prism will go down. Can we catch these Immortals now? The Phoenix can, of course, lift them as well to deny their movement. Going to start pinging the barriers. Trigger's moving units forward as well. We're going to be able to, like I say, at the very least lift one of these Immortals up. Do we commit to this fight? If we do, how heavily do we commit to it? We're going to lose the Phoenix if we're not careful. Good getaway from Trigger. Good force kills from HARSTEM, I think. He realized he didn't want to quite fully fight right there straight away, so I think a reasonable moment just say, no, let's back away from this, let's turn around. No need to make this more exciting than it really has to be for anybody. Stalkers, Sentries, and Immortals make their way the bottom left. The Observer going to be right there, just hanging around as well. Now the Observer head, charging +1 coming through, extra gateways and the Temple Archives coming about. Yeah, I've got ourselves a few Stalkers from Trigger working their way over the far left-hand side, maybe thinking about an attack toward the natural here. Hallucination pops up, the Observer going to see this all. Stalker Sentries moving through. Stalkers get underneath, going to go after the Hallucination. A couple of Sentries begin to go down already. Guardian Shield pops. We're going to be having... Oh, a great blink to grab the Prism. That was such a confident blink. Those Stalkers were running from so far away. He just blinks, gets the Prism as it has an Immortal inside. Another Immortal goes down, and HARSTEM just never gets to enough units here, especially losing the 2 Immortals so quickly. Need more Zealots to really have an impact on an army like this, and Wow. Well played by Trigger. That's a good fight from him. It's not over yet, actually, as these Zealots are doing way better than I thought they would. We're going to turn a couple around and at least kill off this Immortal. For a moment, I got somewhat hopeful because I saw kind of Trigger having to step back and HARSTEM doing okay, but he doesn't have the support. If he still has a couple of Immortals alive here, he actually probably is still fine, but losing it. The fight started out just badly for him and trying to evacuate, and the Blink coming in gets punished for it as well. Becomes much more of a problem as our Zealots do go down. Stalker's getting the cleanup there. Archon will morph in on the natural. We're going to see a couple more units coming about as Stalker goes down once more. Battery taking hits. Stalkers just keep on blinking. A couple of Zealots taking damage again. Yeah. Well played by Trigger. I mean, HARSTEM is maybe surviving this, but he's going to be down a base. Trigger's third is already building up right now. And he can just trade efficiently in theory. With these Stalkers, he should never really lose much more. He should just be able to get free damage done. Blinks forward, which is dangerous, but he gets an Archon for Stalker. Maybe two. No, just the one, which is good. So yeah, Trigger continuing to trade well. Actually even has an Immortal showing up to back him up, so he has another tech unit arriving to the scene. And like I say, army supply-wise, HARSTEM is stepping back in it a little bit. That +1 will help him slightly, but being down a base, that's an issue that HARSTEM's going to struggle to get over. Soon Trigger's going to have that eco advantage like we saw in Game 1, where with an economy advantage like that, you can just produce a bunch of static defense should the need arise, should that opportunity come about. Archons come in, the Immortal goes down, female Zealots get warped in as well, the Archons will step through, a couple of force fields get popped, Stalkers come by once again as the Archons turn around the other direction, so we go back, we go forth, ping one way and the other. I mean, again, that army supply is close, but I mean, right now, HARSTEM's just getting bullied by the Stalkers, right? There's a point at which the Stalkers can't really do this anymore. Just HARSTEM isn't at that point. He doesn't have enough numbers to truly push this away easily. Kind of lucky to have only lost what he lost so far. I feel like another couple of those Archons could have easily gone down by now. And they might still before this play is done. The Stalkers continue to kite away. A couple of Zealots are still dropping. Mobbing Stalkers over on the natural expansion. We recall a whole ton of Stalkers back to the natural as well. Stalkers will shoot. Zealots are going down. Observer's still overhead. Now Stalkers of Trigger continue to move out through the front. Back into the middle of the map here currently. Other Stalkers will get a wandering. Pushing their way down to the bottom left-hand side. It's just going to continue to make moves for the moment. We do see our +2 attack and our charge coming up and about. Temple Archives and the Gateway will come online as well. All of those Stalkers gathered together. And we'll just go pushing. Again, Archons, Immortals taking some damage currently. We'll continue to go back and forth here as the units take some hits. The Archons will continue to lead a charge forward. Press straight on out. Again, the Archons and Immortals just going to come straight through. It's going to start firing away. A lot of those Stalkers taking damage already, so again, a bit more being done right from the very beginning here. This force HARSTEM gets around the top, and we are going to charge through. A couple of Stalkers getting hit. We warp in a few more Zealots. The Immortals and the Archons going to fire back once again. The Stalkers get chased again. We push in towards the natural. A pylon will go down there immediately. Stalkers from the other side. I mean, HARSTEM just doesn't have the supply. Slow Zealots are going to make this entertaining for 2 more seconds until charge finishes, and then they're going to just absolutely collapse on this. HARSTEM's force will disappear. And Trigger is going to show us that he can deny all of HARSTEM's proxies so far to take a 2-0 lead in this series. And Trigger looking very good to obviously end up qualifying in this event. And meanwhile, ByuN is still waiting on Geralt and Zaun. I know Indy is streaming the Geralt Zaun series. Let me have a little peek at that. Looks like they just started up a game. They've already been playing for a little bit. Oh, it's 1-1 between Zaun and Geralt. There you go. So, ByuN will play the winner of Zaun and Geralt. That is coming up. Got that ready to go shortly. Obviously, right now we're still in this HARSTEM Trigger series. Yeah, looking forward to seeing some ByuN as Trigger throws us to Amygdala for our next map here. Let's get this straight up and going. So Amygdala going to be our map. Get this started. It's going to be some PvP. Nice. Alright, countdown. We can get this going. We're going to Amygdala. Let's do it. Let's get it underway. Year number 3. It's comeback time. If HARSTEM wants to make this work out, he is down 0-2 in this BO5. So last chance for him. Proxy both games so far, from a Stargate to a Robo. Like I say, let's see what he has in store for us here on this one. He takes on the pink Brawlers. In the top right-hand side of the map, we've got Trigger. Game 3 of the series. Alright, gates coming about, assimilers are coming over. Get settled down for a few moments. Expand. Trigger puts that down. HARSTEM with a probe across the map. Doesn't look like a proxy pylon though, at least. Trevor's going about, just chasing through. Again, Savicore going to finish. Next is on the way here from Trigger. Sentry, and now a warp gate coming up. So yeah, Trigger's going to fast expand. HARSTEM going to go Robo at home. He could go 3-gate Robo here. That's what Trigger did last game. Obviously, it becomes defensive for Trigger in the last game because of the way that HARSTEM was playing, but you can be aggressive with 3-gate Robo, so that could be the option right now. And depths will shade. It's going to get towards the upper right-hand side. And our rover facility about to finish. The warp gate coming through. Get ourselves the extra gates coming about as well. Finishing up very shortly. Good wall off, so the adepts can't commit through. Obviously, with the force, the battery there, not much else happens. And now, HARSTEM proxies a second Robo. This is a build order choice. You build one Robo at home, you build one proxied HARSTEM. What the hell is the plan? I guess you go just double Immortal? And you basically only build Immortals from here on out. You're basically going to, because the defensive response here from Trigger is to build a Robo, he's just going to try and completely out-Immortal his opponent. This would be terrible if Trigger went Stargate, because if Trigger went Stargate, then he can just build one Void Ray and HARSTEM's never going to have anti-air. But because he's going Robo defensively, I think this actually can work out. Now HARSTEM, it's not business of any info. As the second Robo will finish, and right now we're just going to prism into the main base. We'll find a probe on the corner. That's obviously spotting for moves exactly like this one, as 4 depth will be 2 here, and that's going to be a pullback, and yeah, this starts off as a pretty good fight. Obviously with the prism, you don't ever lose anything here as well as HARSTEM, so you get 2 adepts for free. And yeah, now building 2 Immortals at a time. He is going to just rally Immortals from across the map as well. Obviously, some of those Immortals will rally in much more quickly because of this Robo right here. I actually think I like it. I actually think it's a very smart response to what Trigger is doing. Let's see if it actually works in practice, though. Like, I think the theory of it is very smart. The theory of it makes a lot of sense, right? Where it's like, oh, well, you know, I'm going to basically, your defense is going to be Immortals. I'm going to out-Immortal you. As Trigger now sees the proxy as well, and he's going to be like, oh, hang on a second. I mean, what does he start to do? He has these sentries leave the front. He will have a Prism available. Going to start to dance around. The Adepts are going to do a lot of the tanking in the front lines here as well. That's going to be HARSTEM's plan, because obviously he doesn't have anything beyond Immortals other than those Adepts. It's very expensive for him to build anything else. Pulls quite far back with the Prism to get the Warp in off. He's going to get into the Force Field added, or Sentry added in here, Force Field potential. He's about to get 4 Immortals, so he's about to be at a really powerful point where 4 Immortals just really cleave through so much. One of these batteries out of energy, more batteries on the way in though. I mean, Trigger's going to have so much defensively, but we could play an attack into the main. That's exactly why we've got 1 battery in position over here already. To make, you know, moves like this a little bit more difficult to really succeed. Going to try and target down that battery as we do have the 1 Immortal showing up defensively though. And HARSTEM, what are we going to wait for? He didn't build another... Okay, he did actually build an Immortal at home, but he's going to leave it there. He does not rally this one across the map. 1 more Immortal, and I think it's just complete go time. 5 Immortals has to be the power point to just go, go, go. At this point, you just can't really justify sticking around or hanging back or anything. You're going to see the first Immortal in the front there from Trigger getting, you know, taking an absolute beating. These Immortals will out DPS a lot of the battery healing available, depending on what they're shooting at. Against an Adept, maybe not so much, but against Immortals and Stalkers, absolutely. We're going to lose 1 Immortal top side. No, pulls it back. Every pullback right now is important, but we're going to lose 2 of the Immortals. Now we're on to 3, with one of them being very heavily hurt already. Micro from Trigger continues to be good, and I think that is going to be a defense, a win, and Trigger 3-0 qualifies for the main event. He qualifies for the backers brawl, which is awesome. Love to see someone that I wouldn't have necessarily expected making it through here. So Trigger, who's been playing very well lately as well, especially PvP. His PvP has been pretty darn spot on for the most part. Great to see that coming through as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, it means HARSTEM will not qualify, as Geralt and Zaun are about 8 minutes in game. Currently on Indy's stream, it is... Geralt has been committed to an attack. I mean, let's just bring this up on screen. So this is from Indy's stream, guys, so it'll not have any game sounds or anything. But this is what's going on in the other round of 8. The winner of this will play against ByuN in the finals. So no game sounds. The music is coming from my own StarCraft in the background. So it looks as though Geralt did a 1-base commitment. He's ended up going Robobay because it wasn't working. So he's got Disruptor to try and break through. But Zaun has Phoenix, which really nullifies a lot of the Disruptor play. And Zaun just sitting here up a base. Geralt's expansion is only just halfway done for this current moment in time. So that's where things are at here in this game number 3. The winner of this plays ByuN in what will be our next match today. Once this finishes up. But we do need to get through this game to be able to go elsewhere. So that's where we are currently at. As Zaun makes a commitment onto this army, the Phoenix are just so powerful in this situation. The Phoenix just do so much. Being able to lift up the Disruptors, power units. Prism goes down. Yeah, GG's. So looks like we're going to get a ByuN Zaun semi-final qualifying round as well. Probably get that going soon. Cool, cool, cool. Stalkers get rid of that hallucination. The Phoenix continuing down that bottom left side as well. Yeah, that's over. Alright, Geralt gonna die. And Yeah, that's going to be Zound to take on ByuN in our best of 5. So we got to see the final moments of this matchup. Geralt taking the game. Cannot take the series. Showed in the competition that's available here today. Beautiful. Alright, good job, Zound. So it will be Zound versus ByuN in our final matchup of this qualifier. So that will be coming up. HARSTEM's going to join us to cast as well for a little bit, so get him in here. And that's where we're going. Perfect. ByuN means fun. I'm into that. I can believe it. Alright, yeah, let's go Korean server then. For ByuN and Zound. Awesome. Alright guys, thanks for joining us today. Got one more best of 5 for you. Not sure where we're going after that in particular, but I guess we will see. Oh, again, authenticating errors. Love it. Love when the Korean server dies. Hello.
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 I'm trying my best to log into Korea.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm doing the same. Can you tell me what the idea behind the proxy second robo is? Is it just to out-immortal him?
It's not a very good idea.
I mean, I figured that after watching it. I was like, in theory.
I think if I elevate her into the main, it's okay, but even then.
Yeah, I was like, I like the theory, but in practice it just doesn't work.
Yeah, to be fair, he played like a little prick. Sentry first, loser build.
Loser build wins. Funny that.
Yeah.
Funny
Hate
that.
to see it.
Hate to see it.
Yeah. Okay, wait. I'm inside.
How did?
Are you there too, Wardy?
Yeah, I'm online. We're good. They're still videoing though.
They're still vetoing?
Yeah, they haven't even started videoing, I think. What happened with you versus Bunny? How did that go?
Dude, I owned him.
Yeah?
Yeah. I just played well.
Surprising. Surprising.
Yeah. Dude, I was surprised too. I was like, man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Just playing well.
How's Bunny right now? Do you think he's good? A little out of practice, or because we haven't seen him a lot?
I mean, I think he's been the same as the past like year and a half, 2 years or so.
Okay. Cool. Very nice.
Like, yeah, I mean, he's fine, but it's like, it's not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not like crazy good.
Yeah, he's competitive. But he's not gonna be out there winning everything. Makes sense. Nice. How's your day otherwise?
Sorry?
How's your day otherwise? Well,
yeah, I lost. I'm freaking angry.
Wait,
the first 2 games, I had winning positions as well.
Yeah, I said otherwise. So, like, you know, other than...
Yeah, I did nothing else today.
You did nothing else but lose? God, you suck.
Yeah.
It's miserable.
Yeah, it is very miserable. This is every day, though, so it's like you get used to it. Right. It still sucks. I freaking hate that there's so many online cups now. They make me feel so bad every single day.
Stuff to lose to every time.
Yeah, I never win. Like never. I can't remember the last time I won. You know, the close I got was in that qualifier where I fought Shin in the finals. You remember that?
Yeah. That was good.
This is a good series too. Played well that day.
Played well that day.
Not good enough apparently.
It's not easy to win these cups.
It honestly is because of max packs.
Yeah. Well, that's okay because when we do the seniors cup, there'll be no max packs. So.
There's going to be a seniors cup.
Yeah. Well,
Clem is out as well, right?
Yeah. Well, we'll make it so that those guys can't play.
Nice. Yeah, Seniors Cup. I can't wait for it, man. It's going to be a blast. What is it again? Plus 27?
Plus 27, 20. There's no set rule yet, but I think we should do it for sure.
You should call it the Boomer Cup. That sounds way better.
The Boomer Cup?
The Super Boomer Cup. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the Boomer. The Shui can make a thing with B. The Boomer Battle. boomer battles or something.
Yeah. Could we maybe lower the game speed to like fast instead of the faster game speed?
That'd be funny. That'd be a great rule. That'd be a great rule if it didn't make the game more boring to watch.
Yeah. But it'll still be exciting.
Maybe anytime a fight starts, I manually edit the speed to go down.
I would like that. I really would like that, Wardy.
Anyways,
I'd adore that even.
Alright, well, again, Vito's in. We're going to start on Neon. Then we're going to go to Ultra. Love. That map is going to be Frost
Line.
Eldorado.
Proste. Sub-Zero disconnect from the party. See you later, buddy. Who's that guy even?
Classic. It's a Russian language stream.
So.
I'm sure they'll be back. No, or not. I don't know, actually.
Sub-die. Just disconnected. Not there.
You know what Zan said? Zan said these are
What
all
is-
Terran maps.
Yeah, really? Out there enough. Neon Ultra Frost Eldo. Hey, he's no, nah, Leylines. I think Leylines is good for toss.
Well,
I
so
think
if he gets
Frost
to
is also good for toss.
game 5, we get to see a Protoss map. Nice.
Frost is also good. I think Frost, it looks bad for toss, but I think it's fine for toss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he also got to pick 2 of these maps. You know, like some of these were his choices.
Yeah, but if you only get to pick out of Terran maps, you know, this is the illusion of free will, Wardy.
If you only get to pick Terran maps, they're all still Terran maps.
Yeah, they're still all Terran maps. Like, yeah. What do you want him to say?
No.
Exactly.
I mean, don't blame me. I didn't make the map rule.
Neither did I. Yeah. Ain't that something, huh?
I can't believe you didn't make the map rule, bro. What have you been doing with your downtime?
I'm lobbying for a large map pool.
A large map pool? How big?
Yeah. 15.
15.
Yeah, 15.
I'd be okay with
I know you don't like it because of the vetoes, but it's good for the game.
I'd be okay with it if someone just makes a veto website or something. Speed Dragon actually did that when we went to 9 maps, I think, and then we all just ignored him and didn't use it, but... Yeah, cool idea. Do you think it'd be good for the game?
No, it would be fantastic for the game. I used the crap overlay. I forgot to change it.
Bro, that's like amateur hour. Why do you go back?
It looks so bad. It reminds me of like Husky videos, you know?
Why do you go back? Is it because of resume and replay or something?
Yeah, resume replay. When I practice my build orders, then I always use resume.
It's difficult being a player, man. Like, trying to use all these features and get better. Then you still lose and end up casting and your casting tab's wrong.
The people in my chat, by the way, are complaining about having more than 9 maps because they can't learn them. But I think that's the beauty as well, isn't it?
I mean,
is that it's more random.
It would probably spice up tournaments a bit, no?
It would.
What if we have?
I mean, you could also just do more maps just for tournaments.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Blizzard is physically capable of adding more maps into the map pool anyway.
So we also have a TLMC soon.
Yeah.
So when TLMC shows up, I will probably take some TLMC maps and extend the map pool. I'll just take some.
You add them in.
Yeah, I'll probably just
Neon Violet and Kingscough.
The problem is I don't want to remove them because many players told me they want to practice the official maps.
Oh, so you just add on top of the existing base.
I'd probably go up to like 11.
How about you go up to 13 as a compromise between us?
13.
Yeah.
I mean, I could. I quite like, OSC Championship they have like extended map pool, and like we saw so little King's Cove and so little Neon Violet Square. It was so nice. I mean, we did see a lot of Romanticide and Gresvan instead, but like, I don't know. I'm already bored of this map. It's been like 2 months.
Yeah,
so,
I don't like Neon Violet.
Yeah, this map sucks. It makes it into so many series.
Yeah, I don't know why. I make it one of my pride points in life is that I veto it despite it being good for Brothels.
I'm proud of you, bro.
I'm an entertaining player, Wardy, not a winning player.
Living and dying by that by that idea.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you want to knock, by the way, so we can collaborate on Twitch, or no?
Yeah. Do you want me to knock on you, or do you want to knock on
Yeah,
me?
I don't know how the knocking works.
Oh, okay, I'll knock on you.
Okay.
Collaborate on Twitch. How do? Oh, I know. I have knocked.
Okay, let's see if it showed up.
Do you want me to merge our chats?
Collaborate. Yeah, merge.
Okay, I can do that once you join. Sick.
Okay, we're back. Nice. This was a double gas opener out of Zaun. I've seen some Koreans play this. Actually, I think I've just seen Zaun play this. Who is a Korean, so theoretically correct. What was I gonna say? Yeah, he goes basically Sentry, Stalker, and then he goes either Twilight or Stargate, but it's really hard to scout, and he gets full info. So if he sees Mine Drop, he'll like save up 2 Phoenixes, and you're in trouble as the Terran player.
Yeah, I was casting Zan the other day. I was like, Zan's like to me one of the few players who reliably plays Stargate. I feel like a lot of pros players aren't Stargate guys right now. It's very Twilight Council heavy. But maybe it's because of this style where you can kind of go into it and kind of play it different and make it difficult for the Terran to see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just good, to be honest. I've seen ByuN play against this before, and I remember he lost his Mind Drop and then he left the game.
Oh yeah, was that when ByuN just tilted out of like an entire series?
I think he might have like legit tilted out of an entire series at that point, yeah.
Yeah. ByuN's had some rough series of it. This is going to be not one of his greatest moments as he dives into Phoenix. He's just going to try, but I mean, obviously the Phoenix can lift these Widow Mines as well. We do get one burrow. It's actually going to hit a Phoenix that splashes for 3 workers, which
3 kills.
Is honestly good considering it's a Phoenix opener. I mean, you take that as ByuN.
Yeah, I mean, you're clutching. You're holding on to that until the end of time. That should not happen. Oh, a sloppy play out of zone, really. 3 workers there. Surreal. Yeah. There's a 3rd CC on position for ByuN. I think the back base is a bait, by the way.
All the time?
90% of the time we see it, I think it's bad. Yeah.
Having like half minerals is just bad.
Dude, it's so bad. That's like 400 minerals a minute, yeah?
And like, what do you even need to, like, you don't even need 2 gases there when you have half minerals, you know? Like,
yeah, it's just bad.
I think it's the worst kind of base. And to be fair, Neon Violet was one of the first maps that kind of did different bases that weren't just completely outrageous, right? So it's just from a different era. Nowadays, you would never really see this.
Yeah. No, I think it's insane. I really think it's insane. Like, there's some builds in which you can kind of hide and get away with it faster. So in PvP, we sometimes see it, you know?
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, that's okay. But majority of the time, I think when people build it, they feel like they're getting away with something, but in reality, it's just bad. This is good Raven harass, by the way. The fact that he gets 3 kills with a Mind Drop, and oh my, killed a Phoenix.
Phoenix as well. Raven lives for a few more moments. That's annoying because now, I guess he's got another Phoenix spawning here anyway, but so much mine time lost. Like, this is harassment that's never meant to happen against Phoenix. One of the benefits of playing Phoenix is that you should take no early game damage, right? So that's just kind of going backwards on the expectation here already, so it's been a great start for ByuN.
Oh, what is sound doing?
Second
What the hell is this, Wardy?
Yeah. The Max Phoenix Colossus when you're behind, I don't love.
Is he behind, though?
I'd say losing 7 workers when you're playing Phoenix is pretty bad. And he's lost multiple Phoenix too.
I can't see because I have the crap overlay.
He's lost 2 Phoenix and 7 workers this game.
2 Phoenix ever. Okay, but ByuN has the back base. Like, look, now it's saturated. He's like, oh, I'm so happy. Oh, never mind. It's just better to oversaturate your main base in this case, you know? It's practically the same extra income. It's like surreal. God, the base is so bad. It just... I just don't understand it. Look at that turret as well. It's blocking like half a mineral patch in there. Seeing this base just makes me angry. It's okay as a fort base because it's super safe. And as a fort base, a lot of the time you just care about the gas. You know, if you're playing like PvZ, for example, it's like, oh, nice, extra free gas. Don't have to worry about defending multiple locations. But as a third base, dude, you need the minerals. So I'm not loving it. I actually think ZYN is in a fine position as a result.
Well, ByuN is going to try and get to his Ghost Academy and Armory so he can get further tech online, upgrades, get into the Ghost straight away. He's going without Vikings at the moment. I mean, against this amount of Phoenix Colossus, surely you want to get... Like, do you need Vikings? Or is this like, is it actually okay to just like spam EMP and try and overwhelm because he's going so Phoenix heavy?
I think spamming EMP and overwhelming would be a play that I would like to see. As in, I don't think it will work. Like, this could work if you're playing like Adrax and you have the ability, like if you're playing on Frostline, for example, you know?
Yeah.
There's going to be the ability for you to multitask a little bit. But on this map, like the only path of attack is up like a 2 force field ramp or into the third base, which has an okay angle, but you have a good way to kind of walk behind the Nexus as well. So I would not recommend just going with pure Marine Marauder Ghost, because you can also always just come from one side. Dropping in the main is idiotic because the Phoenix count is too high. We now have a fleet beacon on the way. There's no +1 on anything, by the way, not even on the Phoenix, which is kind of shocking. I think if you go higher than 7 Phoenixes, getting +1 is very valuable.
Well, there you go. He's going to start it up. Here's you through the void as ZYN evens the game out by taking his own corner base. And he's going to go straight at carriers. In this case, we definitely just need to start out in starports, get Vikings up. And ByuN is the kind of player who likes to just play, like, nowadays, a lot of slower games where you just build into, like, you know, he will not stray away from the idea of, like, just building a larger, techier army and playing later in the game. I think that's where we're going to be. Like, he's the guy that I feel like used to always go diving into positions like this and then lose everything and leave, but I think he's kind of matured a little bit, at least, and he's going to start getting those Vikings ready.
First he gets 85 workers, 3-3 upgrades, and then he dives in and leaves.
Yeah, he still has that to it, but like at least he's like he can refrain for a little while. You know, give him another couple of years, and he'll be a true late game monster. Progress.
A late game god with tier 1 units. He's cool. He's cool like that. He's going for Atrax. You know what I don't mind is if you treat this like it's mech. Like if you're ByuN here, because there's not going to be any zealot run-bys. So what you can do is just like really rapidly expand. So you just take like 2 extra CCs at this moment. You add like second armory as well, ship weapon upgrades, and you go for a pure bio army, no air. And whenever your opponent moves out, you go for a base trade, basically. And you're just building up your infrastructure, You're getting like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 starports, 8, 9 orbital commands or something spread across the map. If the toss goes, you go kill his bases, basically. That's the plan. I don't love this attack into this position, if I'm being real. I'm not loving this.
Yep. No, it's pretty rough right here as we try and attack through. Simulator goes down. That pylon. I'm terrified ByuN's just going to send it as we'll force to sit back there as well. More carriers are coming out. So far, we've kind of knocked a few interceptors down. He's actually going to end up getting this base, though, so we are going to grab that, and ByuN can just step away from this now and continue to build Vikings.
Right?
Yeah,
we would step away here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, actually, this was almost perfect. I don't think this could have gone better. I'm still afraid of like running away at this point, but his upgrades are so good. 2-2 versus 0. Like these Colossus are not even killing Marines anymore at this point. That worked relatively well. What we need for ByuN at this point is a higher starport count. He's already, I think this is his 3rd that just finished up. Probably want to keep building. He's doing this perfectly. Whenever the factory finishes a reactor, he just starts a new starport. I really do like that. Fighting in the middle of the map could be okay as long as you're kiting these interceptors away. You're not really trading out units. Do have to be careful though, because the only way that ZYN is going to win is if he gets on top of your production. So you should never allow the Protoss to get on top of your production, which is why I love base trades personally and why I love army splits for a very long time. Because if you can army split and you can base trade, you're always going to win the base trade against the carrier player. Because Bio just kills stuff so freaking fast. You can spread out your production over different bases. You can always sneak out some Vikings. Right now, like ByuN is in this really awkward situation where he'll have to fight at some point. And the moment he fights and he loses the game. So he's just going to have a single fight.
Well, you're going to have Zaun obviously pressing right on up here. ByuN trying to get missile turrets down, trying to defend this central area. As we will see Zaun at the moment, at least backing away. It's a lot of Vikings already, and they can start chipping away from afar. They get a Phoenix here as they get into reach, and that's the issue for Zaun, who trying to retreat with carriers is not exactly fun either. He's going to have to turn, and very nearly losing the carry here already. Two of them are very low. EMP some of the Phoenix. I mean, obviously ByuN wants to chase, but then he also needs to back it up when necessary, and that's a good turnaround from Zaun because it saved him from losing carriers.
ByuN played this very well. I'm surprised how patient he was defensively there. I really thought he was going to send it a bit earlier, but he stayed patient. He's adding in more and more command centers at this point. His work count is at 77. Zaun's work count is at 85, by the way. And Zaun right now needs to start adding stuff. And when I talk about stuff, I mainly mean Storm. We're going to need some Templar here in the mix, because without Storm, you're just not going to be capable of winning. He's morphed into Templar, but we haven't seen the upgrade start quite yet. I think a Mothership could be a useful unit to have as well. Time Warp as well as Invisibility. You know, just forcing out those scans. The ability to recall is always going to be a big thing. Like in the past, we've seen just recalls into the base. One of the hardest things when you're playing mass carrier is to get the interceptors out. And if you enter someone's main base, your interceptors will be out when the fight starts. And that's a very big deal.
Mm-hmm. Just clean up a Zealot around that right side. And we just take a moment. This is Neon Violet Square, and at its best. Macro Hub. It's a huge map, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not small. How many bases are there per person? Like 9?
Yeah. I don't know if I have enough fingers to count that high, mate.
9.
9. Yeah, but one of them basically doesn't count as he said, so 8.5.
True. 8.5. I like it. You're gonna get a double drop now heading towards the far right. Oh, he's just gonna use it to deal with the Zealot run by. How did he spot that? Must have seen it earlier. Still adding in 5 more CCs. I think losing a couple of SCVs is really not that bad right now. I actually kind of like losing SCVs at this point. Because either it's going to be hard for you to split armies. So right now we're just building the ultimate army. And it's just going to be about basically one fight and maybe 1 or 2 rounds of reproduction afterwards. Who do you think should win in an absolute late game scenario?
I think it's very... Like, the Protoss air army is very good, but I actually think it's very scary to fight a Terran who has a good amount of libs and a good amount of Vikings. And I feel like the longer this goes as well, those Phoenix, to me, provide less and less value. I feel like they're just going to keep on melting. They might, like, absorb a bit of damage, but even that, as we get to higher number counts, is just going to be kind of inconsequential. So right now, I kind of really like ByuN's army. I think I'd like Zaun's army a lot better if he started to get, like, a Storm or so to accompany this. Like, a little bit of support from the ground can do a lot, and there is Storm right now, so...
Yeah, I think Storm Tempest is like a big deal to add into the mix, if I'm being honest. Okay, here we go. A little bit of an engagement into turrets is always going to be scary, as Advanced Ballistics isn't quite done yet. Ship Weapons level 2 has finished, so has Vehicle Plating level 1, so we're getting those air upgrades. As, he's actually moving away from his turret ring. That is scary. Lots and lots of Phoenixes are going down. Interceptors are falling quite rapidly as well. We're down to 48. One of those carriers might just get sniped here. The control of the Vikings has been very good so far. Liberators coming in to clear more interceptors. Look at that, 20 interceptors left over right now. I think you might just be capable of sending it here.
Yeah, I mean, just this is a problem, right? Where it's just if you don't have any interceptors, the carriers are dead weight. The Phoenix are doing very limited amounts as well. EMP is still coming down. ByuN's going to be kind of cautious, though. He doesn't want to go chasing into this too quickly. As, I feel like you should always try and keep these Vikings in range, though. I feel like those Vikings can do a lot still. I don't think there's a great response to the Vikings.
Yeah, there's so little interceptors right now. Oh, disruptors all being
okay,
taken
now
out.
You die. No?
Right?
Yeah.
No?
I thought so. To me, that's the moment where ByuN goes for it. He kills the disruptors. He's like, let's go, but he's going to be a little bit cautious still. High Templar on the left side is going to start showing up. These Vikings, like I said, there's really not much to answer them, so they are going to do a lot. 8 new Vikings building as well. Like, this army from Zaun needs to figure out a way to get away. That's the first storm coming through right there, but there's the only storm available currently. There's no other High Templars nearby. And as long as there's no other High Templars nearby, I think we once again just see ByuN chasing this army down.
Yeah, it's so funny because when you look at like the supply and the other stuff, it looks quite good for Zaun. But when you look at the army, like Zaun just doesn't have much of an army left. Now he's going to be losing all of his carriers. Colossus most likely will fall as well. Vikings absolutely rip these guys to shreds. At the same time, Zealots are going to clear a couple of workers. I don't really care about it because right now we're at 13 orbital commands, and every SCV that dies is an SCV that is not taking up supply for units that matter. I'm actually surprised to see more SCVs being produced. I think this is a mistake. I think you want less SCVs, like 40, 50 SCVs max. You're just pumping mules down onto those minerals, and you're going to get like an insane army consisting of like maybe 10, 12 ghosts, 20 freaking Vikings, a bunch of libs. I just don't really think there's an answer out of Zaun for that right now.
EMP going down, High Templars getting caught, Stalkers, Archons. Let's continue note, the Buyer pushing through, as we are going to be seeing the Disruptor shot firing underneath. Another Disruptor shot tries to land, doesn't quite make it. This Disruptor going to get cancelled as well. Yeah, there's just not enough units here. We do have some High Templars showing up. I think there's one Storm maybe available there. There's a bunch of Tempests showing up. That's the one Storm. ByuN's going to try and start moving through onto the Tempest, but the Archons and Stalkers will get rid of most of the Vikings, and this was probably a bit too much of a push. After things were looking good, sure, but yeah, I think we went a bit too far there.
I think the ghost count was just a little bit too low in that case. Where I think he went in with like 3-4 ghosts total. I think if you have like just like 4 extra ghosts there, it's going to be these Archons are completely useless, basically. Ooh, Purification Elf is going to kill one of them ghosts. You have a Liberator being sent out for harassment right now. 8 more Vikings on the way. I think something that ByuN really needs to be careful about is not overbuilding Vikings at this point. Like, he's honestly kind of lucky that there's another carrier on the way. But if all you're fighting against is 4 Tempest, and you're building, what, 18 Vikings? Like, that's not a good supply trade for you, especially if there's, like, Corruptor Storm on the ground as well. I freaking hate what army Zaun is building, though. So many Archons, Wardy.
Yeah. I mean, that's just going to melt. 13 ghosts on the map. Like, that's just not an army that sticks around for very long. We're going to lose both the Disruptors on the right side of that, of course. A couple of Disruptors on the left will connect, but that's going to be it, right? So now you just got to run, because if you turn anything around, you know, it's Archons. And then they get EMP. The Vikings are going to find the corner cut to try and capture those Tempests as well. And yeah, ByuN is going to be able to continue chasing this. He's obviously going to have to run around the corner himself, but he gets so much value already. And he's even just going to turn around. He's going to let this retreat happen and maybe even just open these rocks and start attacking through. Like, Zaun, do you think there's ever a point here where Zaun gets to a better army now? Because I feel like it's just too far gone. Like, ByuN is quite clearly on the army he wants to be at, whereas Zaun is just having to keep rebuilding, and that's very painful and very difficult to do at this point. 3 more Disruptors dropping. I just don't think he can replace what's been lost.
Yeah, it's being held together by Zealot and Archon Warpings, and those guys don't really hold up well once there's more than 2 ghosts out. So ByuN is just going to walk in here, EMPs everything, lands the Vikings, which is a good call. There's no air units remaining. I think just the Vikings by themselves are quite a threat already. Ghosts in the back are numerous as well. Disruptors not quite going to connect. Zaun is trying to close in on this army, but I just don't think there's quite enough stuff over here. Ghost will survive. Zealot Warping is good. Maybe ByuN needs to pick up from out of here, or can he hold? No way, right?
There's no way he can hold. He needs to get out, and he's going to lose pretty much everything in escaping. Well, he loses everything. The difference being he has a 4k, 2k bank, and he's playing an army composition that's much more easily replaced than what Zaun plays with. At this point, he just needs numbers, right? So bio units coming through, etc. He does have to take a moment to replace medevacs as well. And Zaun will bounce back onto a base. I just still don't see Zaun ever getting back to an army that keeps you alive for long enough in a game like this one.
Yeah, I don't really see it either. The thing here on top of that, Wardy, is that if we're looking at the resources lost, it's just like that is where the difference is in bank, right? It's not like Zaun was being outmined by by a crazy amount. Yes, he's been outmined a little bit, and ByuN spent a lot of cash into those extra orbitals. But like the fights, they just haven't been good enough here for Zaun so far. And a lot of it has to do with that he just keeps trying to kind of keep it together with freaking Zealot and Archon Warpins. We need a real army. Like, Disruptor counts have never been good, Storm counts have never been okay at the start of the fight. Like, we're just throwing a lot of Zealots at the problem, and Zealots are not great at fixing this particular problem.
Nope. As our Nexus goes down, probes pulling over. Just try and get to that top side. But yeah, ByuN is just rebuild as well. Again, just having the money already banked allows him to do this. He's, you know, again, playing an army that can be rebuilt fairly speedily as well. And we just start to push on up. I mean, with Liberators here now, there's nothing to really fight those. A couple Tempers showing up, I guess, which is something that you're really going to need right now. Having to drop Storms on just a couple units because you can't even get towards the bigger clump. Zan is in some trouble here as ByuN continues to pressure himself up towards this top side. Another couple of Liberators will drop on into place. It's another Disruptor shot that will just land for a single Marine. Again, it feels very difficult to break out of this at the moment. Another Storm, not going to go very far. Another Disruptor shot flying through, hits a Marine, hits a Ghost. And ByuN just standing here and fighting. Gold base goes down. Yeah, I mean, again, maybe ByuN doesn't want to go too quickly into everything, but there's like 2 Disruptors. That's the only scary thing to this bio.
Yeah, I mean, he has like 7 more Liberators coming in right now, and he's not even sieging them up. He could, but I think he's kind of impatient, if I'm being real honest. Like, if you wait for 8 more Vikings, he could clear that topside base for free. We have a Liberator setting up there right now. He's still gonna kind of shove it, and I do believe it's going to be good enough. And this has been a bunch of fairly one-sided fights, to be honest. There was like a plus 3k swing there in favor of ByuN. Like, he's just owning. Like, all these Archons that died, they're so costly, Wardy. They cost so much gas and so much mining time to get that gas. How many have died in this game? Like 12?
Archons 13, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just something that never really found any value at all. ByuN gets down below 100 supply and this time does not have to pick up and back away. Can just keep on pushing through. The Vikings are showing up to chase down Tempest. We are going to have a game 1 victory here for ByuN sooner rather than later in this qualifying best of 5 series. In the back is BRAWL. Probe's getting caught between bases now as well. And yeah, ByuN just rallying units up and will get the GG to confirm the victory in this first game.
Wow, well played.
Well played.
5 stars for that, Wardy.
I think ByuN played great, actually. Like,
no.
He didn't overcommit it at any point, really. Maybe later on, but like in the setup of the game, I think he did a great job. He did take a strong position when he could. He got a base, backed away from it. Continued to set up very well around that. Just felt like he did a lot of things kind of exactly as he needed to, without kind of getting caught in the typical ByuN problem of, you know, overcommitting into positions, right? So, yeah, GG's. GG's. And everyone into the lobby for game number 2. We go to Ultra Love for the second map as ByuN leads 1-0 in this series.
He said, "Thank you for your hard work."
You did.
Zaun said that to ByuN.
Oh yeah. Is that not what they always say after afterwards, after games?
Probably.
I feel like it's like a Korean mannerism.
Yeah. Well done.
Sugoyo.
Sugoyo.
That's not actually, like, I think that's like the shorthanded version of it, but... Ultra Love. Game number 2. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, Zaun, the upper right. ByuN, who is up a game. And heading into Ultra Love, which really could not be more of a different map than Neon Violet Square, where this one is a little bit easier to kind of get shorter rush distances on. It's a little bit less defendable for the Protoss. And much more standard versus, like, Neon Violet Square has that kind of macro element to it, like, we will force long games. Ultra Love doesn't have that, but it's pretty standard otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, Ultra Love is just a different map, Wardy, let's face it.
Yeah, I mean, that is the core concept of my argument. Good summary.
Yeah. What do you think Zaun is doing with that worker? He's probably proxy gating, isn't he?
Yeah, proxy second gate, put some pressure on.
Yeah. It's nasty, proxy gate. I almost never see it work. You know, Hero Ring Calls is the worst build that a Protoss player can do. Because it's the only opener that doesn't put the Protoss ahead.
The only opener that doesn't put Protoss ahead.
That's a Hero Ring.
Is that just a fact? Like, this never puts Protoss ahead?
Well, no, it can. I mean, it can win the game, but generally, he said, unless the Terran is an idiot, it should never work because you can hold it without scouting as well. With I think every build except maybe Marine into Factory.
Except Marine into Factory.
Yeah. But like double gas Reaper. I'm not saying this is a walk in the park. Maybe it's the walk in the park on like a snowy day, you know. and you're not sure if there's ice underneath the snow. Have you ever had it when you're out in the park in like fall, and then it froze overnight, and then the leaves are slippery, but you don't think about it because there's ice on top of the leaves, you know? It was wet, and then I used to live in Rotterdam, and there was like a park, and I would go running there, and there was always these leaves, and I always was quite careful with them already because I'm afraid of leaves, you know, that you could fall on them. And then one time, there's like a serious geese problem in Rotterdam at this park, like hundreds of geese, like pooping everywhere.
Right.
And I was like I wanted to walk around a group of like angry looking geese, and I stepped on like a pile of leaves and I slipped, and the geese, they came at me because they probably thought I was trying to attack them. It was like 50 geese or so just moving toward me. I don't know what geese noise is, but yeah. It's very serious. It scared the crap out of me. You know when you get like the adrenaline hit when something happens, you know, where your body gets ready to fight? Yeah, that's what happened when the geese attacked me.
And that relates to this game because...
I honestly can't remember.
Yeah, me neither.
I have no clue where it was connected somehow.
Well, we're going to get through 6 SCVs. We're going to go down 7. We already cancelled the low ground CC. I feel like cancel the CC, then you lose 8 SCVs as well. Like, geez, we are in trouble as ByuN falls heavily behind early. Of course, Zan doesn't have an expansion yet, so ByuN rebuilding a base on the high ground. It's not all doom and gloom, but yeah, pretty hefty start from Zan, who can now expand himself and start up the tech structure of the Twilight Council.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, by the way, the Nexus being this late was not like a... It wasn't something that belonged to the build, you know?
Okay.
This was a bug, not a feature.
Mm-hmm.
Like he built the Nexus once he had 650 minerals in the bank, and I think he had like half a minute or 45 seconds where he could have built it much faster. Zal now is going to actually lose a couple more units. It's going to lose 2 Stalkers. Might actually lose both of these Adepts as well. At least he's going to get something for these Adepts. ByuN needs to be careful with them Reapers. Starting a tank as well, okay. ByuN did some nice cleanup here, that's for sure. We're going to need a repair on this Cyclone, because ByuN desperately wants to clear that gateway. That would be a pretty big deal.
Oh, straight to the Dark Shrine here from Zan. So he's going to double down on the idea of being aggressive and being in your face, rather than kind of making a more solidified army. So as ByuN begins to stabilize, if he cuts a corner and doesn't have preparation for DTs, that could be kind of, you know, very, very costly for him in a moment like this. And more likely to cut a corner when you feel like you're behind than otherwise. So 2 micro well here keeps the Reaper alive. Cyclone locks onto the Adept. That will die too. The push towards that gateway is going to be successful. And that's big because at least the DT warp in now will end up being a slow warp in. And the Cyclone's going to get a Stalker too. Man, Zan is going to really be in trouble for Yins because he's going to lose another Stalker. But he has 2 Stalkers on the map that just warped in. That's all he's going to have. He loses access to 1 gateway. He needs these DTs to show up big time.
Yeah. Do you think you can warp over the black hole? No, right?
The black hole? What?
Like, can I think?
The blue thing?
No, the red thing. Like, if you have a pylon on the left side, you see where his pylon is?
Oh.
The top pylon?
Oh, okay.
Imagine you put it, like, near the black hole. I don't think you can warp in over, right?
No, there's no way. There's no way. Because the pylon can't get right up against the edge. It would be like...
Yeah, it would be here.
Yeah.
Nah, it's pushing it. Yeah. I think that should be possible. But, like, as in the game balance-wise. But I don't think it is possible. It is a good drop, by the way, out of ByuN. This is the type of drop where you look at it and think to yourself, oh, that did nothing, but that's like maybe 100 minerals, 120 minerals in mining time. Oh, there's DTs?
Yeah. DTs came in. And the Raven defends.
Auto
turret.
Nice.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, making the Raven is... making the Raven and keeping it at home rather than sending it across the map to harass already. Because obviously he could have made the Raven and then just sent it across to so many Terrans too, but he gets a couple workers, he cleans up the DTs, and now you're really stuck as Zaun. Army supply horrific, 4 to 28, and you're building Charge as your first real upgrade to kind of improve your army here. It's not ideal.
His position sucks. Like, really badly. ByuN's gonna come back in once more with this drop. It's gonna cancel the 3rd base. Like, if I'm ByuN here, I think I'm already ordering the pizza for after the series. Like, this was an absolutely terrible game.
It
I
depends
don't
how
think
long
ByuN eats a lot of pizza though. He eats. I told you right. He eats a lot of chicken.
chicken. Yeah.
He freaking loves chicken.
I love
Like
chicken.
he'll have 2 meals a day, both of them chicken.
Love it. What kind of chicken? Or does it just not matter?
The what?
What kind of chicken? Or does it not matter? Just
No,
as long as
all
it's
chicken. He said.
just all chicken.
Fried, cooked, boiled, soup, stews. As long as there's a chicken in there, he's happy with it.
Isn't chicken like the most boring meat? So basically, ByuN's just very boring.
He loves it though.
He loves variety and boredom.
Yeah. I don't think chicken is that bad. I always kind of like chicken, to be honest.
I like chicken too.
Yeah.
No, I'm not hating on it. I'm just saying it's, you know.
It did kind of sound like you were hating on him.
No, I
You
wasn't.
called him
I just wasn't
boring.
hating. I was just thinking about it. It's just
See,
really weird to be like, I like to be like hardcore. Like I love chicken. It's like the greatest thing of all time. You know, which is what it sounds like.
Yeah, he loves it. Absolutely. Chicken and Coke. But like Coca-Cola, not the white powder. It's weird that has the same name, no?
I guess so. I mean, Coke isn't the official name of it, right? It's like it's officially called Coca-Cola.
Cocaine, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's the short name for both of them. So whoever made
this is weird.
whoever made the short name for both of them didn't really think about it, I guess.
Yeah. Idiots. Unlike ByuN, who wasn't an idiot there. Bad start. I think what happened, I'm going to explain to you what happened in Zaun's brain.
Okay.
Zaun, he really started liking the ideas of warping in DTs at the gateway.
Yeah.
And then what he did was he was so keen on defending that gateway that he lost the game. And then still lost the gateway. Before, getting to the DT warp in. Because I think the early game might have not actually been that bad.
Well, no, I think the early game was fine, but he chose to go DTs, which obviously ended up doing nothing as well. And in the process of going DTs, lost his whole army. So you're making an army that has no tech in it, and then the only thing you're building is DTs that do not like. Those pieces of the puzzle all fit together, right? Like.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just a string of events that went very wrong for him, and suddenly down is down by 2, and ByuN is a map away from qualifying to the back as BRAWL. He messaged me ByuN the other day. He's like, "Hey, Wardy." He's like, I need invites to tournaments. I'm not good enough to qualify. I was like, that's great, bro, but I can't invite you to this one. He's like, ha, ... So, he's trying to prove himself wrong here, this series.
Zaun said, "Workman, I am so confused. I don't like this."
Nice.
But it could also translate, the word workman could also translate to garbage, is what my Google Translate told me. So I think he's upset about the loss.
Did you hear? I mean, our Twitch chat is educating us on the use of cocaine leaves in Coca-Cola. So there you go.
Interesting.
Funny how Chad seems to be an expert on this topic, but fair enough.
It sounds like a Reddit fact to me, you know what I mean?
A Reddit fact? Yeah, like you see it like on just online somewhere. You say Reddit fact, that's such a boomer word. It's like a TikTok fact nowadays.
Yeah. It's like the same how you have and it probably pops off on like the That's Interesting subreddit or something like that, where super cool or funny. It will pop on there like every 3 weeks. It's like, did you know that? Or today I learned that cocaine was in Coca-Cola. It's the same with the stupid, like the NBA team that plays StarCraft in the plane. Oh, today I learned that the NBA champions from 1998 played StarCraft 1 on the plane. And then there's a picture of them playing StarCraft 1 with one hand in the plane.
Did you know there was a tournament where 5th to 8th place was 25 bitcoins?
Yeah. Oh, there's a second one. That was also good.
Yeah, this one comes up every month at least.
Yeah. Ooh. Reactor first from a double gas opener. This is something, let me tell you. This is really a build and a half. I always wonder how much gas you have to mine when you do this. Mm-hmm. I think because usually you pull out 3 out of gas, right, to get a faster CC. But with this particular build, I think you have to mine a bit more gas in order to afford the double Reaper early on. And he's actually doing it. He's doing 3-2 in gas here. Okay, I didn't know this. This is just, it's highly informative here. Sentry first out of zone. He's doing it once again with the double gas opener. The thing with playing a double gas opener and then going sentry is that you're already shooting yourself in the foot, you know? So walking is going to be hard. Like if you allow ByuN to eat the other foot, you're going to be in trouble. So you can't get any damage basically. Yeah, like you lose like 3 workers here, like it's gonna be really, really bad for you because your nexus is so late compared to what it usually is. You're gonna be oversaturated in your main, so you're mining less as well. And he's gonna follow it up with a Twilight Council at 232. So Sentry, Stalker. If I am ByuN here and I see this hallucination, I don't actually know what I do. He canceled the Reaper. You saw that? He had it building, right?
I didn't see.
I think so.
So he's thinking about maybe going 4 Reapers, and now he's decided not to go for it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Why is he building 2 batteries?
He's afraid.
Of what?
Of maybe the 4 Reaper 2 Hellion run by. He has a sentry, so I don't really know why he needs one in the main.
Yeah, he could have just stayed downstairs and force fielded it out. He had no workers downstairs yet either. Did not like how he dealt with that. And now he also has double batteries. He's still just working off a single gateway. Dude, I freaking hate this build so much. This gateway is like 35 seconds later than a standard second gateway would be. Look, Warp Gate is finishing up. He's gonna be warping in single stalkers at the same time. That's just sad.
Yep. 3 Reapers hopping up, Stalker coming in. Couple Stalkers gonna try and chase. We're gonna see 1 Reaper going down. As the blink continues through, the hallucination gets taken out. Starport will swap to the tech lab as well. And there we get blink halfway done as ByuN will try and drop across the map.
Cool. Cool. Raven tank. He's playing super standard today. What the hell? I feel like ByuN has these periods where he goes back into like really standard play. Like a marine mine. And then sometimes you have these times where he's going for like 17 marine, 2 tank push outs at like 5 minutes and 84 seconds or whatever he does. Take these weird offbeat timings, but today is standard Andy.
You're not wrong. He actually really does like have phases that he plays through. You're completely correct in what you say. Like he will play the standard of standard, and then but the next week you'll just be like, no, I'm gonna do completely weird builds. And like I feel like it's the same with sometimes like he proxies in TVZ, and when he starts proxying, he's gonna proxy for like the next week at least once in every best of 3 TVZ he plays. But then he stops and he will not proxy in TVZ for like the next 3 months.
Yeah,
He absolutely lives and dies by these kind of phases that he plays through. Especially in online.
What the hell is Zaun doing? He's gonna kill that Raven. That's what he's doing. Oof, that's big.
What a catch.
Yeah. Dude, I'd cry too over here.
Yeah. ByuN's sad. Down fans are funny. Beautiful.
I still don't like Zaun's position though. His gateway count is freaking pathetic. He has no counterattack damage. He has no +1. Like, good luck holding a Stim combat shield push with this. He still needs to invest in a lot of gateways. He needs to invest in +1. He's on... Okay, he's now on 3 gas, but he doesn't have any follow-up tech. He's only 52 workers. Like, I would want to be on 60 workers here. But he's not.
Nope, he gets a few more on the way now, but taking a little bit. Also throws down the Robo Bay. So as ByuN just kind of commits up on 2 bases right here. Yeah, I think you're right. Zaun's going to have a couple dangerous moments coming through.
Yeah, this is terribly dangerous for him. I mean, his position is not good. We could see a complete 3-0 sweep here. That'd be so sad. I can't believe he didn't let them play the finals, by the way.
There's no need. There's no prize money.
It doesn't matter. Just let them play more content. Should have made a best of 7 as well.
Make Trigger wait for like a best of 5 to play a completely pointless best of 7. I'm sure you'd love it. Would you be down for that if you'd won?
If I'd won, yeah, I'm already qualified. I'd be happy.
So you'd play the finals just for fun?
Hell yeah.
Fair enough.
What else am I gonna do?
That's because you're the content player, not the playing to win player.
Yeah, but what are they gonna do? Like, it's good practice anyway. Best of 7 against ByuN, yeah. I'd be down for that. Let me do it. This is a nice drop, by the way, here. It's going to pull back a bunch of Stalkers, a Zealot Warp in as well. ByuN now is going to hit the front. Combat Shield finishing up in a couple of seconds from here.
It's rough.
I think ByuN doesn't even need to do this because Zaun's eco is so extremely bad. Infantry weapons level 1 hasn't finished up quite yet either. Target fire with the tanks is okay. He's going to try to get these sentries. He's going to catch both of them with the last shot. ByuN will have to kite back. Yeah, it's going to get pushed back. Third base. Oh my god, this third base being built on location.
It's a little bit scary if Zaun does get all the way over. But ByuN should have some reinforcements showing up. I think he should be able to get into an okay spot here. Loses a medevac and Zaun's going to stop pushing. So ByuN will get away with that on location third. And yeah, medevac loads up, so that drop is being denied. So we don't kill a base or anything, but at the same time, like you say, does he really need to? Because Zaun's only just ahead on workers, so ByuN's in an okay spot as his own third base comes online. And Zaun's going to be a while still until he has really a reasonable army even, and ByuN's going to start dropping in a bigger way now as well. Triple medevac to the left.
Yeah, I hope he kills both of those Stalkers. I don't think he will. Okay, this being spotted is a pretty big deal. Fourth base might survive because of that. Do we have any splits coming out of Zaun? Dude, Zaun is playing with fire here. Full army sent into the fourth base. Like, he needs to split downstairs. Yeah, there we go. Also needs to still have enough units, though, to defend that fort. He's going to lose a couple of Zealots before the fight starts. This is quite bad here for Zaun. As ByuN wants to jump on top of this. Going to kill that one Immortal. Mines now moving in forward. Double hits here on the Zealots. Can we get a pickup? I think we can. At the same time, the bottom side perhaps in a little bit of trouble. There's 3 mines there. He's going to try and retarget. There's 4 mines here, actually. So chasing that with Zealots will be hard. Gonna get a recall towards the bottom side. As the 2 medevacs on top do get cleaned up. Good defense out of Zaun here.
Yep, oh, love that. A little mine hits the Immortal in the end, so just get a bit more splash done as we do get away. But yeah, good defense out of Zaun. That was scary because, as you said, there was a couple moments where it felt like he was about to get overwhelmed in a couple of directions, but gets it to be a little bit better for himself. ByuN now going to go open up some rocks, and we get to continue on. So we open up these rocks, we have a bit more access through the middle of the map again, and ByuN, Ghost Academy coming through, getting his first Vikings out as well to start dealing with the Colossus. And this is still just Zaun, who is barely ever ahead on workers. It's just been like, you know, usually you talk about that 10 plus worker lead Protoss get, and it's just such a natural thing. It's just not happened at all in this game.
Yeah, it really hasn't. We're gonna get an army split out of ByuN. These mines are very far forward on the bottom side. I like it. At the same time, there's an army moving towards the top as well. ByuN needs to micro it. But at the same time, this was not a good trade. This was actually not a good trade. For 2 reasons. You're losing a lot of mines, which makes Zealots quite a bit better. And you perhaps give Zaun the opportunity to take some map control soon. Like, if your armies get pushed back completely, something like that can happen. But now ByuN is going to try once more here towards the top side. Ooh, it's a big Terran force here, Wardy.
Yeah, trying to jump the Colossus a little bit, but enough Zealots get in front. So he forced that back again. ByuN constantly kind of come with different kinds of attacks, splitting his army, sometimes joining it together. Makes it difficult for Zaun to always be completely comfortable in what he's going to have to defend next. Now, though, we're going to get some harass on the other side. Prism sets up for the main. Zealots already ready to hit the third at the same time. It's going to happen in a moment where ByuN is already pulling back, though. So maybe he won't be as effective as it could have been. In fact, ByuN's not just pulling back. He's already in the main base as well. Vikings are going to be there. Bio meets the Zealots. Perfect shutdown because that Prism will go down as well. And that is huge for giving yourself a safe future.
Yeah. Look, ByuN is already stimming. He knows there was a Zealot run by there. He's like, hey, buddy, I know you're here somewhere. Luckily for Zaun, he pulled back far enough. Zaun at the same time is going to be moving in forward. That is insane game sense out of ByuN, by the way. Really cool. He's now going to catch these Zealots as they try to move back in. There are 4 Vikings against 3 Colossus. I think you need a little bit more than that, usually. Get a blink in forward. Almost kills a Viking. Like, if you get 6 to 8 Vikings out against 3 Colossus, that should be fine. But with 4... it's so easy for you to lose like 2 Vikings and you're dealing no damage anymore, you know?
Mm-hmm.
If they go unchecked the entire fight, 4 is a good number, but you lose 1 or 2, it's like even like half before the fight. Like, it's just not a good look. It's just not. Stalker's now forward. Want to snipe a medevac maybe. Bait out an EMP. Neither of those things happen. 5th base on the way here for Zaun. Who's 172 supply. It's adding another Prism. 2nd Robo finishes up as well. And his +3 attack is about to finish. Still, his worker count is extremely low here, Wardy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got to be careful because a bad fight is going to be pretty rough. ByuN, 4th base on position, going to be caught by a couple Zealots for now, so has to respond to that. While staying in position here, that Observer giving you great vision as Zaun. You know what army is there, you know what's around. So that's been there a while. It's been giving him a lot of info for an extended period at this point. The Prism from the upper left is going to try and come over and join. A little bit of bio that was nearby doesn't catch it, so Prism will get towards the main army. And there's reinforcements there from Zaun on the upper left too. So that's also running past, but not going to be caught on either side. So Disruptor though, looking for a flank, could be a good one. As we fire through, ByuN has to stop. Oh my god, hits every ghost. Wow.
Did you lose all of his
Yeah,
ghosts?
every single ghost died to that Disruptor shot. It was like 4. 5 ghosts, 1 Disruptor.
That is not great. GG gets caught. Wow. Look at that. I'm surprised ByuN wanted to chase after that. Because usually you want to engage with the ghost first, right?
Yeah. That's a disgusting Disruptor shot.
That was really something. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of missed it.
You kind of missed it.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a typical Wardy move.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if it is, but I'll believe you.
Yeah, his ghosts were on the bottom of the army and hit every single one. Damn. Oh, that's rough. Alright, but Zaun brings it back. It's good for us. End of the game. El Dorado coming up.
I hate El Dorado too, Wardy.
You hate it?
Strong dislike.
Strong dislike.
It just tends to play out kind of passive, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's not neon violet, but
yeah,
it's in the neighborhood of neon violet.
I can. But did you like Golden Wall, or do you think Golden Wall was the same?
I liked Golden Wall, but I felt like Golden Wall played out different for some reason. Maybe we were just worse.
I think Golden Wall had a bit more of an aggressive, like you could set up more aggressively over to your opponent's side by going through the bottom. And that became interesting for a while, whereas on this map you can kind of get there, but then it's not in reach of anything. So...
yeah.
But I don't know if that's
Maybe.
necessarily all of it, but yeah, maybe we were just worse as well.
Yeah. I think it might just be that we were worse. Because I remember I really liked Golden Wall, but then when I started playing El Dorado, I wanted to love it like I loved Golden Wall, you know? But I didn't.
I think it's the layout.
It's too easy to hold positions.
I think as well is that the bottom of the map is so beneficial on El Dorado because of the gold bases. Whereas Golden Wall didn't really have like that bonus gold base on the bottom and stuff. So that maybe changed things as well. Whereas now it's very easy to just be like, I can live off the bottom and you're living off the top, cool. And you get like a longer game. Whereas before, if you lived off the bottom, that only took you so far, you know? So
Yeah, it didn't take you very far at all.
Maybe that's a factor. As we get ourselves into game 4 of the series. ByuN still leads 2-1. And we'll have a look to see whether Zaun can keep on bringing this back. Give us a full 5-game series.
Yep. I hope he can. I truly do believe in Zaun. Once again, double gas. Okay, I kind of like this. This is the build that Special always said was very good pre-patch already. I didn't believe in it so much pre-patch. I still don't really believe in it post-patch, but it seems at least to be working somewhat. It makes it really difficult for the Terran to figure out what to do. Although ByuN hasn't really made a conscious effort of trying to scout, right? Like if ByuN just gets the information anyway, then all of that effort is practically wasted. But I mean, if you open up with a Marine, you're not really looking for stuff anyway, I think.
Yeah. As LCC going down. As you get the Zealot on the way, Cybercore coming up, Probe on the way through, Orbital Command building from ByuN. Got ourselves settled in for a few moments.
Are you doing the zooming in, or who is this?
Oh, you're on my camera?
Yeah.
I'm on Indy's camera, but I don't see any zooming in.
Okay, you just did a fat zoom in on the
Oh
ramp.
yeah, no, he is zooming in a little bit. Indy, Indy's a very good observer, but sometimes he like very randomly like zooms in on stuff and then moves somewhere and like some days it's very different observer.
Interesting. Maybe it's someone else someday. They're wearing an indie suit. Pretending.
And
What do you think the hallucination is gonna give us? Come on, indie, show us.
I'll show you.
Okay, nice.
Full scout.
Factory, reactor, mind drop. It's just gonna mind drop again. Wait, is this a response? The Stargate?
Don't know.
What do you think they're saying? Oh,
ByuN was
why
saying-
is it so fast?
Yeah.
And Zaun replied, it's a cheat.
Smart. That's really smart. If you just cheat, find out what's going on. Huge.
Yeah.
More people should employ that strategy.
Yes. That's definitely what we need, Wardy. More cheaters. Oh. He's playing Cyclone, though. So it doesn't really matter anymore. Like, ByuN just kind of, he gambled, and he gambled correctly with the Cyclone. I wonder if he's going to actually go for a full-on Marine drop, or if this is bait. It's going to be Phoenix into Twilight. Oh my god, this is a build. I'm not sure what to think of this build, but I kind of like it.
Yeah, we get the, I mean, it's very... I feel like this can really be one of those builds that can hit hard, or then it kind of flops completely. Like, it feels like this is a very all-or-nothing build a lot of the time.
Do you think it will be Charge or Glaives?
I think Charge. But maybe Glaives is a fun call. I didn't even consider it could be Glaives.
Yeah, me neither. But then he warped into Adepts. I was like, oh, that's kind of weird to warp into Adepts at this point, you know? It's kind of...
Feels like a
off-putting.
terrible map for Glaives, though.
Yeah, but same for Charge, no? Like, what are you gonna do? Like, run into his wall?
Yeah, but I feel like Charge lets you play a longer game, whereas Glaives you have to attack.
True. True. Oh my god, ByuN's going to low ground CC.
Bad man.
Why is he taking a fast third Nexus, though, after... I guess the charge is to clear the tank all in? I think it's too slow for that. What's our gate count? 2? 3. Okay, 3 gateways is kind of reasonable.
It's definitely a little bit of a strange occurrence to start us off. Would mine at the front just got taken out, so we clean that up. As we do have the units in general just gathering together, and this watchtower obviously being held. Those few Phoenix keep flying about as well. Viking tank, Marines continue to produce through from ByuN. Extra barracks on the way in. The Phoenix will look to press forward and see them feeling as though they can take out those Marines, which they can. He's going to get rid of every Marine for nothing. Wow.
That is crazy.
That's a great trade.
That's a free cleanup here. Now there's a lot of pressure on ByuN. Because he pulled the SCVs. But he lost like 6 Marines there. Medevac does stay alive, and I think it saved one of them. Charge finishes up, and here we go. This is going to be an absolute massacre over here. It's a game, no?
Yeah, I mean, ByuN put so much into this as well, right? You build the structures here and everything, GG's, and Zaun turns it around, and we're going to go to game 5.
Wow. Wow, what a call. The fast charge. Dude, he freaking read his mind like a book.
Like a
Although
book.
most people don't read books, so more like he read his
Like
mind
a-
like a Facebook post.
I think I read more books than I do Facebook posts.
Really?
That's
Yeah,
probably
but
not
you
true,
read the
actually.
Facebook post very fast.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like you only need to visit Facebook like once every 3 years, and within like
Then you've
Boom.
got like 50.
within 2 minutes you got them all.
Great analogy, I like that. I didn't believe in it at first, but I believe in it now. Straight to game 5. Ley lines. We made it to the Protoss map.
The one Protoss map.
Nice.
The only one in the map pool. I can't believe he picked it as the 5th because he knew I was going to get there. This would be a reverse sweep, Wardy. A reverse sweep is when a player is on game or on match point, and then the other player wins all games in a row to instantly win. It's a reverse sweep. I think we might get it.
Alright, we're going to find out as we go into the beautiful world of ley lines. Full map number 5. In the bottom left-hand side, it will be Zaun. In the upper right, it'll be ByuN. And we have one game to determine this series.
Yeah, one game. Wow. Makes you wonder.
Makes you wonder.
Like, if I'm ByuN, I would just open up with a Reaper. Because then you know what's kicking off. Although last game, even if he had known what was kicking off in the early, he still would have died. Because you go for the tank push and there's charge.
Yeah.
That's such a crazy call to make, Wardy. I can't believe he actually rushed out charge. Like, it's so bad for your economy. I wonder how many minerals it costs you to do that. Like on the resources lost, probes that are not building, like mining that gets delayed, like oversaturation. I think it's huge. It wouldn't surprise me if it's like 500 or 600 minerals that you lose with a Twilight before Nexus. And 3 gate as well, rather than 2 gate. But it was very cool in the end. So it's like, that's a huge risk that you're taking because you're not 100% sure that it's going to happen, you know? You don't know if there's going to be a tank follow-up or if this guy is just kind of hanging out at home and it's going for fast stim in combat. And then all of a sudden you're down like 5-6 zealots for no reason. Like, that sucks. Marine again first. I cannot believe it.
Doesn't care, man.
But this time it's fine though. Or fine, yeah. No, I'm okay with it. It's gonna go for a high ground CC. Because it's Marine into factory here. Oh, he cancelled the Marine. You saw that?
It. Yeah. Trying to pretend it's a Reaper. Chase the probe away.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way he's down falls for this, does he? He might.
Why wouldn't he?
No, you won't. Actually, you never would fall for this.
Why?
You know why you'd never fall for this? Because you know it's not gas first, because you check the gas count. The CC is on the high ground. So, like, only insane people go high ground CC if they play Barracks Gas Reaper. So if Zaun falls for this trick, then you're allowed to flame him a little bit. But he should send this adept right away across the map, like no waiting.
But based
you
on
shouldn't even check if there's a Reaper around.
But based on what you see, do you not also think like, wait, why didn't the Reaper pop out? Why isn't there a Marine here?
Yeah, you look at but it makes no sense to go for a Reaper here. So then I think it's more likely that someone pretends to go Reaper than someone actually playing Reaper with this.
Okay.
You just wouldn't do it.
Fair enough.
It's just silly.
It's kind of interesting.
Also, I don't even understand what it would achieve. Like, even if the Adept stays at home for a little bit, it's not like you have a CC that he can't cancel. Like, who is the mind game for?
Yeah. It's a great question.
I just don't understand it.
Maybe that's the point. Maybe ByuN's just trying to confuse us all.
But that he did.
Oh yeah, he definitely succeeded in
accomplished.
That one. Yeah, good job.
Okay, there's a sentry here. Was this the second or the third unit? It was the third. It was adept, sentry, into blink, into 3 gate. I don't super love this build, if I'm being real honest with you here. I think faster robo builds tend to just be a little bit stronger. Oh, so this looks like a mine drop as long as he doesn't see the Hellions. Oh, he's gonna see 1 Hellion. He sees 1 car. That's really awkward. Because if you don't see the car, then it's like, what the hell is this? But now, I think what you do is you make a semi-wall in the natural and keep a sentry there so you can force field it off. Then get all of your stalkers in the main base. That should be the play. So 3 stalkers in the main, like you warp in 2 and 1 should be there. Double adept on the low ground. So that it requires 3 volleys to clear a Hellion with 2 adepts. Okay, he's gonna warp in 1 stalker there. This is kind of awkward, to be honest. This is actually kind of awkward. Okay, here come the cars. I'm not going to commit. You think this pylon will fall?
Yeah, I know. Well, how do you stop it? I mean, a couple stalkers are going to shoot. Marines don't really care. They have a medevac to protect them, so... Yeah, we got a pylon. That's a little bit annoying, as the Hellions obviously can't do much just yet. I'll linger around, though. Maybe get in the medevac and try and find a different vantage point. Apparently that is the play.
He's also going to get a Raven. So he's like a 2-prong at some point. I really like this, the Hellion, the late Hellion run by. You know what's a cool move here? This sounds stupid, but I think you should fly the Raven into the natural.
To bait all the stalkers to go kill it?
Yes, but also because you know that the stalkers are going to be on the side bases. Like, that's a guarantee, because that's where the Raven usually comes from, because sending it across is kind of idiotic. So if you send it like poof, straight through the middle, then it would be banging. And also the advantage is that indeed you might pull the stalkers from the main towards the natural, and then you can drop the Hellion. So it's like, It's a risk, but it has an advantage. It would be cool, but I don't mind what ByuN's doing here. Oh, he's just gonna fly through the third base into the main. And spooling the Stalkers. Dude, he's a genius.
Yeah. Yeah, Stalkers go, and then the Hellion's going to be in the main base as well. The Marine tank is pushing out at the same time, and all of a sudden Zaun's in a ton of trouble. He's going to lose 5 workers already, and those workers are still stacking. Hellions, can they get the lineup shot? They're going to get to 11 kills. We saved 2 Hellions, and again, the Marine tank is pushing at the same time. So you're down 11 workers. A Raven's going to be able to drop an auto turret here. Flies into the Stalkers, going to drop it anyways. Goes down, but now the tank's siege, and these Stalkers going to blink on top of these siege tanks, but kill one of them. Now we're going to be in a lot of trouble following up from this as probes are pulling in. There's even more workers going down to build up from before. Charge is not done, so these Zealots are not having a great time. We do clean up the tanks, but the Marines are still here in good numbers. ByuN is 3 times the army supply ahead, and he's back in the main with the Hellions.
This was such a good sequence, man. I said it, the natural was the key here. The Raven in the natural is such a cool move in that case. And let's face it, Zaun handled this as bad as it could have been handled. But he had some units out of position. Like the units that were at his third, they were halfway across the map because he wanted to stop a push from happening. But if there's 2 air threats on the map, I don't think it's actually allowed. Like, you can't just do that. Perhaps he wasn't aware of the Raven, but now, yeah, the game is just over. Dude, this was such nice execution out of ByuN.
Yep, really well done, really well handled. These Zealots still charging through. They're going to eat a Widow Mine shot as well, so we're going to lose another one. And they turn to fight the Widow Mine, which results in the BRAWL. I actually thought going to get another Zealot, but it doesn't happen. As now the units continue to rally from ByuN, so he's going to get the medevac coming through here, going to lift that up, head down toward the main base, and yeah, onwards we go.
Yeah, I mean, we can pretend here, Wardy. You want to do it? Crazy drop heading into the main base. 1 mine, 1 marauder, 4 marines. At the same time, we have 5 zealots moving across the map. I'm not quite sure if ByuN has enough at home to deal with that. He only has 5 marauders and 6 marines.
No! Whoa! The warping though. He's got a zealot, he's got a stalker, he might be able to live, he's killing the CC, but ByuN is maybe going to clutch the defense. The Immortal shows up in the main, but it's just not good enough.
Wow.
Can't believe he left the game there. Do you think that's an early GG?
That is an early, it's a very early GG. I think he still could have dealt with the threat in the main base, and then, you know, you throw down a Dark Shrine, you hit a couple of storms on the army, anything can happen at that point.
Yeah, a couple of disruptor shots, bang center as well.
Yeah, bang center.
Yeah.
All right. Wow, what a show, Wardy! What a show!
What a show! ByuN brings it back. You know, good guy ByuN. He ordered his pizza and he let it go cold to give us some more entertainment.
That's very nice. Chicken pizza. Does that exist? Chicken pizza?
I had chicken pizza last night.
Really?
Yeah, chicken on a pizza.
What type? What's it called? Just chicken pizza?
I guess so. This guy
barbecue chicken. Is that the standard one?
Yeah, I would say that's probably the most common. But like, you have like tandoori chicken pizza in the UK is quite common as well. I feel like you get it's like an Indian chicken.
A what?
Like an Indian, like tandoori is like an Indian spice chicken.
Yeah.
I feel like yeah. Last night I had barbecue chicken and like sweet corn, bacon.
Oh, I hate corn. I hate corn in everything. I don't like it plain. I just don't like corn ever.
You don't like
and
corn?
It gets put in so much stuff just randomly, you know. It's also one of the things that they sometimes don't mention on the menu, and then they just sneak it in there. Because like everyone likes corn.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Don't. That's crazy. Yeah, the answer to your question is like, yes, I do think there's chicken pizza. I've heard of it.
Yeah.
I have eaten it.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Gotcha.
Peace.
All right. Are you gonna do something interesting or no?
I don't know what to do. I have some replays from yesterday cast. I don't know if I'm gonna do that or do something else.
Okay, I'll host you. I think I'm done for today.
Okay.
Okay.
I am. See you later, man.
I'll see you next time, buddy. All right. Bye. Bye.
Alright, guys. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do. We got some replays from yesterday we could cover. I don't know whether to cast those or to maybe possibly. Yeah, I'm just not sure right now. I might stream some WoW just to chill. Don't know what I want to do. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what to do. CCWA rewatch? No. We might do some of that stuff for the 10-year WardiTV anniversary. How does this look, by the way? I just want to see this. Not look exciting. Not really focusing, but good. It keeps falling off though. Yeah, I don't know what I kind of like. I half want to cast the games from yesterday, but I half want to just chill for the day. You guys want to see Ellie and her new fashion style? She just got over having shaved legs, so she went back and got shaved legs again. Oh, poor girl. No. Oh, look at her. Embarrassed. Yeah, I think let's cast some replays of yesterday's. Let's cast some replays from yesterday, guys. I'm into it. I think I'm feeling. I'm gonna eat my lunch, but let's cast some replays from yesterday because we missed the Monday Cup. Yeah, I wanna do some more StarCraft at the minute, to be honest. I'm gonna keep the stream going. If you guys are enjoying the stream, do you consider supporting the channel by subscribing and stuff, guys? Really appreciate it if you do. I really do. It does make a difference. Okay, let's look at what we got replay wise, and let's we'll do some of the matches from yesterday. I don't know how many series. Let me just see what's in the replay pack that the Cranky Duckling sent me. Viewership dropped, yeah, because we were sharing streams with HARSTEM, so our viewership was combined, and we got to the end. All right, I'm gonna go in this convo. Okay. Alright, I tell you what, I go to a break screen. I'll find the replay pack. I'll get that sorted out, and we'll go from there. Okay, guys. Let me eat my lunch because I'm freaking hungry. Baby. Alright guys, hello, hello. Thank you for your patience. How are we doing? So, I think what we're going to do 2 series from yesterday's WardiTV Monday event. Which is going to be... so, I've tried to figure this out without spoiling myself, basically. So, from what I can tell, I think Clem versus Shin is a semi-final. So I think we do Clem versus Shin as a semi-final, and we'll do whatever the finals is after. Because more than likely it's Max on the other side in the finals. I don't actually know, because when I went to sleep after like the round of 8 or so was going yesterday, and I woke up and it was already finished. I didn't have to do anything. So I don't actually know. So I think Clem Shin's a semi-final, then we'll follow through, and then we'll just do the win. And like I say, I assume it's a Protoss in the final. A Max Pax, maybe Hero or something. Unless there was some upset. We'll figure that out when we get there. For now, let's just cast the... let's just cast it. Let's just do it. Let's just go in game. Let's just cast some games. Let's do Clem vs. Shin. We'll do this best of 3 and we'll see what the finals is after. Alright. Because yeah, I missed this yesterday, so I guess I'll tell you guys a story quickly when we go in game. So yes, we missed this yesterday, as in the top right of the map we're going to have our Blue Terran player Clem from Team Liquid, of course, here on ley lines to open up this series against the red Zerg player in the bottom left-hand side of the map, which is Shin. So yeah, the reason I didn't cast yesterday, guys, so the long story short is, I was up a little bit late on Sunday because it was Super Bowl, and that was fine, that was kind of part of the plan. And I also had to be up early for taking Ellie to the vets on yesterday. But basically, TLDR is, I even didn't watch the full Super Bowl, I went to bed early, pretty easy to do if you saw the game, it's not the greatest. So basically after like going to bed about an hour later, I had a really bad stomach, and I was like walking around and pacing for like an hour or more. Eventually it settled down after like an hour and a half. So I got back to sleep, but like basically I slept for an hour, was up for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, and then went back to bed for like 2 hours. So I was on very little sleep. And then I took Ellie to the vets, then they actually had to keep Ellie in the vets for the full day and do some x-rays and stuff on her. So I was obviously pretty stressed out and worried about Ellie, and I was just tired, and I was just like, I just did not feel like casting StarCraft. So the vibes were going to be down. I was not feeling it. I figured instead of going out and putting in a half-assed performance, basically, and just sitting there and apologizing to you guys all day for being tired, I figured I'd just not stream and take a day to get back on track. I did some tournament organizing and stuff while the Mondays kicked off, and then once the Mondays was underway, I just went to bed. So yeah, so this tournament happened with Ami yesterday, which is no problem. There was plenty of other people casting. That's one of the benefits of having other people casting, actually, is that we don't actually have to, you know, we don't actually have to do the whole, you know, be there every time. Like, it doesn't rely just on me. There's other people putting money into this too, so yeah, not ideal that I didn't get to cast it live, but like, it's whatever. Hopefully it was some fun games, and we're going to find out as we now cast a couple of the games ourselves. And we play a bit of catch-up. I just don't know. I would have liked to have cast more games than the couple we're going to cast, I think, but I just don't think there's going to be much time in the week. I already have streams planned every day. A lot of these streams are like, you know, tomorrow is 10 best of 3s, Thursday 10 best of 3s, Friday's my day off, Saturday is going to be 8 best of 5s already, you know, so the schedule is just full already. So I figured I'd do a couple of the later matches now, and we'll go from there. So I'd love to see who actually kind of beat who to get here, but I don't want to spoil myself too heavily on the bracket. I did already look at it to kind of find out that this was a semi-final. But I don't want to open it again just in case I mess up the... I was kind of trying to reveal the matches one by one, so I didn't get any spoilers. So yeah, I'm not going to double check. But yeah, Clem, a frequent in the tournament. Shin, we've not seen as much of in the tournament lately, but cool to see him back here and playing again. he gets into the main base. He's going to come around, firing a couple of shots off. A couple of queens are going to gather. Ling speed, drones coming about for the moment. Queen's going to be there, pushes the Reaper back again. Ling speed finishing in a couple. And that's going to give Shin the opportunity to get out onto the map. And away we go with that Ling speed and see what we're going to try and do. Hellion's going to punch through into the natural, into the main base. The Lings and the Queens continue up as well. Again, just going to be seeing a couple of Lings going down. We do see the Queen still coming over as well. Banshee and Hellion still coming through. The cloaking coming up. Drones coming about. Queen's on the way. Hellion's got there again. Creep team are going down. Yeah, Queen's gather. Banshee and Cloak coming up. Spore still on the way through. So you can see the debug again broken down. The Ling's coming through. Just going to jump on the SCV. Ling's going to gather. A couple of Lings will go down. Banshee's on the bottom side going to ping through. And this Hatchery going to take some damage. It's just going to get that. That's actually a kill, not a cancel. That's a big deal. This mine is a lot of money that should not have gone down right there. So that's a mistake from Shin. Problem is, making mistakes against Clem is something you don't typically get away with, right? So that's a pretty brutal starting point right now. See the Banshee's coming back through. Another drone gets dropped. Queens are going to be there, pushing the Banshees back the other way. Aliens come through. Hatchery taking a bit more damage. I want Banshee still coming back over. Another drone going down. Yeah, now our reactor's coming up. The 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield coming over as well. Marines and Medevac still building. Alley upgrade. Baneling speed from Shin continue to come out. The hydrogen continues through. And the Queens are going to get there. The Banshees get pushed away once more. Just going to take that away right now as the other units continue to move out from the main to the natural. Onto the map again. Hydrogen coming through. Going to get ourselves the Overlord once again. Couple of SCVs gonna get in, repair those Banshees up, bring those back to life again. It's one of the benefits of being Clem. You're so good in those sort of situations. Medevac's coming through. The Ling's gonna dive. That's gonna be a bunch of SCVs already dropping. The Marines gonna be there. Banshees are firing. Ling's getting pushed the other way. Again, melee upgrades coming to back. Groove Spines coming through. Another couple of mules drop on down, and again, the Hellions will chase those Lings away. Fast coming through, again, 2-2 upgrades coming about. The Marines are still continuing by. Melee Carapace coming online. You got the Hydra speed coming up as well. Additional Hydras coming about. And He's going to get grabbed. The Marine's going to get over there. Just going to be seeing the Overseer still moving about as well. The Marine's not help. Bats will go into that hatchery. Lings are going to run in. The Marines on the right side going to stem through. A couple of those Lings getting grabbed as well. Army comes back through from Clem up the top side. Additional 14 Banelings morphing in. 22 Zerglings are coming through. Carapace of Prey coming over. Hellbats and Marines are going to be there as well. Push that Ling Bane back once again. As we continue to step forwards here. A couple of those Banes continue to get jumped on. So a lot of Banes taking a lot of damage. TVs get blown up on the other side once more. But Clem's army supply is still huge. Shin's going to try and jump on him right now in the middle of the map while his splash damage is unsieged. Maybe one of the better chances to jump on this is Shin. The problem is there's so many Marines, it's off creep. You're essentially running into a meat grinder, or in this case a Ling Bane grinder, as they are all going down. And I understand the want of fighting in that moment, but I feel like the moment kind of got away from you as well as we knocked down some creep tumors. Extra Banes morphing in, Hydra's coming up, plus 2 melee as well, but we're going to get rid of this hatchery. It's just going to die. Well, apparently not if we get some good transfusions. These Marines are low HP. Tank's going to get sieged up. They are going to try and help as the Marines once again, just off creep, are going to murder the Banelings before they reach them. There's a better fight from Shin at least. But he's soon going to be down upgrades 2-2 to 1-1 sooner rather than later, it would seem. The Marines will get rid of another chunk of Zerglings here. The Hydra's trying to fight back, chasing through, getting a medevac in the process. Now a couple more of these Queens getting jumped on once again. A few more Banes are going to show up. Siege gets chased back once more. Still got a couple of those Banshees pinging through. A couple of Banes are going down. The Marines gather. A couple of tanks will siege. Marines step forward again. Got a couple of Banelings as we go. The rest of the Zerglings are coming up. Get rid of those Banes one more time. And the Queens and the Hydras still getting to push on through. Just going to be seeing the Baneling. There's another one just going down immediately. Overseers overhead. It's going to be there. A few of those Broodlings, sorry, going down. 2-2 upgrades getting picked away at. Again, Bane's coming up. The upgrades coming by. We have ourselves 3 upgrades coming about as well. Banshees. And a few more shots off. And Bane just wants to run forwards. He's going to be coming straight through. Marines are going to stem. Once again, Clem holding this position. Again, the Banes go down, but we do get rid of the siege tanks, if nothing else. Yeah, every time you get rid of the tanks, it does, remove a lot of the threat that Clem has. It's just the Marine count has never really been stopped. And in this case, we're going to lose the Banelings that are morphing as well. Banes across the map again, man. We've hit this mineral line so many times, but it just hasn't mattered because you've not been able to handle the force of these Marines coming the other direction at you. And Clem is going to take the opening map here on ley lines to win game 1 of this best of 3 semi-final matchup. So Clem is able to take the opening game there. We'll have a game 2 coming up then. So I just need to find it. So we're going to go Amygdala for a second game here between Clem and Shin. Cool. These are replays, so we don't really have to hang around or anything. We can just go. Clem's beast just doesn't stop the pressure. There's something about Clem's ability just like fire away with like another round of units and another round of units and another round of units. Like, it just doesn't stop sometimes, right? Yeah, Shin, that's the problem. You kind of lose your 4th base already. You're already on the back foot early in the game. And as you get onto the back foot early, like, Clem is just going to capitalize on that, right? He will start pushing and never stop. And that's the issue. You can kind of look at that game like, well, what could have done differently? Well, it comes back to like super early on, like the Banshee and the Hellion damage. And, even what doesn't seem like a lot, it adds up. And Clem especially is going to be one of the very best of taking advantage of those situations. So, yeah, you kind of want to be, a little bit careful about those moments. To get into game number 2 now on Amygdala. We'll see if Clem will be sweeping this best of 3. Extra drones coming up, hatch coming through. Rex on the gas. Getting to build right now. SCV coming over. Hatch, gas, pool, all coming about. Just going to be seeing the SCV heading out into the right side. Manson just builds up, factory on the way. SCV will get to patrolling. And we will take the bottom side hatchery. I mean, again, Clem is just... He really loves this lately, just throwing that SCV onto the hatch location. He does not want the Zerg to take and just force them to take a less than ideal position, pretty much. Keep it moving about, Queen gathering about. It's going to be seeing the link speed coming through, the hatchery and the drones continue to come up. Queen's coming about as well. Keep that on the go here. We're going to keep fighting. A few lings taking some damage. Steps through. Queen's are going to be there immediately. Push that back. We turn that around. Impact will start up on the side of Clem, so we're just going to get that underway as well. Reactor builds in the factory. He's going to see our starport coming through. Depot coming about. The orbital about to finish up. Stim pack halfway. Ourselves the Marines and the Stim continuing up. The Queens are coming about. Starport going to drop down onto the reactor. Hold on the watchtower for a couple moments. Again, Rong coming up. Evolution chamber coming through. Additional drones are coming about. Extractors and creep teamers coming through as well. Add some engineering bays in there. Put a barracks down. And again, Marines and medevacs continue to come through as well. Run finishes up. Again, we have ourselves the medevacs already setting up to go towards the upper right side. Loading here. Overlord to be grabbed. Obviously, Roger's coming through as well. Shin going to be sending this shortly, but now supply block needs those 4 extra Overlords to come through. Hellions going to fight. The Lings wrap around. Reaper, Hellions all going down. SCVs are falling as well. Still got our road speed and our carapace upgrade coming through. A few additional Overlords coming about also. Marine step forward, got a couple of roaches here again. Sure, those roaches going down already. Again, 1-1 upgrades, combat shield continuing to come about. The medivacs will get around the back. So a lot of lanes, the Marines have to step away. We're still building a lot of roaches, obviously carapace and roach speed coming in for them soon. So once that kicks in, we'll see a little bit of where this goes to. The extra Ravagers are morphing in as well. And that carapace and roach speed both coming up. And Clem's getting siege tanks out defensively. It's going to be down on army supply, but that's not too surprising. One upgrades coming through from Clem, so he will get 1-1 shortly. I don't think he'll be done for this fight if Shin just goes the moment his carapace is done, which is basically right now. Clem just loaded medivacs to go across the map too. That's also not going to help. First siege tank is completely exposed. Those Marines are going to have to come in and surround. Where are the other siege tanks? Are there other siege tanks? There's one other. Oh my goodness, Clem's in trouble. The Marines on the other. Yeah, okay. This is going badly wrong. Clem did not see this coming at all. Its preparation was 0. Even that tank there was just not in the right place, I think, to... But it didn't have any units on the right side of it to kind of really protect it at all, right? Which obviously does you no favors in the slightest. GG's. Jeez. Alright, we're gonna go to a game 3. As, our final map of this series will be Frostline. We're going to Frostline in a second, guys. We're running some ads, so we'll take a minute or so. We'll get that underway and kick this off. Perfect. Perfecto. Do, 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 do. Alright, so yeah, I'll take a couple moments here, guys, but I think we're pretty much clear, so maybe we can just go. So I was just catching up on an email quickly. Let's head in. Going to Frostline to decide this third game of the series. Alright, 1-1 tied up. Shin with a little bit of aggression to catch Clem off guard and to get this to a 1-1 scoreline. Let's see where we go in these next few moments as we have in the top right hand side the blue Terran player, Clem. Taking on in the bottom left our red Zerg, Shin. Alright, game number 3. And we get ourselves a hatchery down. Nothing wild from Clem, no forward barracks, no proxy, no signs of double Rax Reaper or anything, which is, you know, was a possibility as well from Clem. 3 drones on that hatch continue to come around. And yeah, the Rex and the gas coming about as well. Get that all set up. Overlord moving across. SCV heading over as well, get some scouting done. And as per usual, the SCV just can chill there. Can obviously take its choice as to which third base it might try and deny, as you have our Reaper coming over to join us shortly. And Shin not attempting to take a third base just yet at all. There's the Reaper, and he'll start to dance onto those lings. Maybe Shin just accepts he's going to take a later third base because of the way that things have been going. But we'll try and be as annoying as possible for the next few moments. Let's have ourselves the Ling speed coming online. The Reaper is low, does not want to walk back into that Queen, but it did pull back before it became an issue. Production from Clem, no surprises there. Obviously the Reaper is going to hop down, get back out onto the map again. Reaper comes through, Link speed coming up, and gets settled down. Maybe seeing the Link speed about to finish up here. And a couple Queens coming about, the drones coming over. That Banshee will start up in the main base. And he comes over to that left-hand side again, a couple of Queens and the drones all continuing up as we speak, and we're all going to be seeing the Queens already in position there. Push that Reaper back, turn that away. And Banshee, Cloak, Hellions coming about. The Orbital Command is about to finish up as well. Hellions is going to cruise around the outside of the group spread. Banshee on the way, Cloaking coming up, add a couple of more barracks in there as well. Do you see the Hellions and the Reaper going to get turned around immediately? So these pull back over to the natural. Let's have our Reaper again chased away. A couple of evolution chambers and drones continuing up. The extractor coming through. Ling's just sitting on that right side. A few more SCVs popping out. Ling's going to dive into the natural. SCVs have to pull away. We got a Marine already pulling back. The SCVs pull to try and fight. Hellions are going to come over as well. The Marines will be there. It's a good defense from Clem. The attempted run by just doesn't go anywhere just yet. There's going to be a shutdown. There's going to be a pushback. More Lings and drones there as well on the way. The Baneling Nest is about halfway done. Extractors will be producing right now. As we continue to get that up as well, so we continue to get that going. And he's getting a few more of those Zerglings. Might as well just get there. Rip's gonna take some shots. Grenade goes down. Queen's gonna get bopped. Aliens come back through, and once again, those Queen's gonna be right there. Already taking a little bit of damage, perhaps, as we have the Banshee showing up too. Gotta be careful, Shin. With those Banshees, the damage adds up quickly. The Lings come around, did not get a great surround though. In fact, I felt like they had a surround on a couple of Hellions there, but they gave it up only to re-engage. Hellions get stuck on the corner, eventually going down. Now the Banshees have been huge though. Gonna get rid of every single Queen here pretty much, and Overseer finally about to finish morphing, but these Banshees have gone untouched so far, so they've really been able to get a lot done out of this up until now. Queen's on the other side, gonna move through into that mineral line. Bulge of SCVs already dropping, a few drones go down along with it. And she's come back around. Still got the 2-2 coming up, the burrow upgrade as well. Manufacturing builds. Now Zergling's going to try and come through, drop another CC down. Siege tank fires. A lot of Lings take a lot of hits. A few more of these Lings. The Marines already pushing down here. You see the supply difference opening up again as Clem just trades so well early in the game. His macro is so on point behind it. Target fires most of the Banelings there before lifting up, and again just finding good value as he continues through. Queen's going to hit some shots. Medivac's taking damage. Then unload over to the corner of the main base in the next couple moments. As we do get units in position. Queen takes damage. The Ling's getting chased around. The Ling's going to run into the corner. And the Marine's going to lift up. Any idea why the music is twisted? Usually if the music sounds weird, it's because you have low latency mode on Twitch. If you go to your quality settings, you can turn low latency mode off, I think, and it probably fixes it. Hopefully that helps. If not, I don't know. But that's a pretty niche answer that I actually know. It's a niche thing, which I think might be the solution, so check that out. Marines load up, we chase away. Just gonna be seeing Queens and Lings still gathering in the... Well, drops of Clem in the top left get denied. That's nice from Shin, opening up one direction at least where he does not have to worry about an attack. That's definitely a benefit, that's definitely a positive. As that Ling Bane Hydra gathers up. Marine tank will head down to the bottom side as well. CC comes over to the far right side, drop that onto the fourth base, so we get a fourth base in position here. Marine's able to come through, get rid of a couple of creep tumors as well. It's going to knock those down. Another creep tumor going down too. Siege tank sets up further forward. Extra Banes morphing in. The Marine Widowmine force coming down the bottom side there, trying to get set up already. There we go. Big attack from Shin. He needs to clean this out right now. He really needs to get a good quick cleanup on this one. As he comes straight through, and yeah, I mean, Ling's gonna get back onto the siege tank here. The Marines are still pulling back. Medivac's in some trouble, getting jumped on as well. The Hydra's still giving chase. Very much so, still giving chase as we move away there. The Marine Widowmine Medivac comes back across. +2 armor just finished up. +3 attack is on the way as we speak. Few bits and pieces that we're keeping our eyes on here currently. Marine step down once again, and we've seen a Widowmine shot grabbing a few Lings. The Banshee trying to put some work in as we speak. Back over there, and we are going to see the Hydra still chasing Widowmine shots. Going to be going off. Able to do a little bit extra here. A couple extra Banes going down, though, and that means the Marines get to stand strong. Again, Marines continue to fight. The Hydra's going to get jumped on as well. We're getting very, very close to kind of breaking through this Hydra line, and that's scary for Shin, who kind of is very reliant on this Hydra line. That's kind of all he has right now. He's by time for more Banes to come out, but this just is not happening. It is going very badly wrong, as mentioned, and I think we are in a little spot of trouble right now here as our Zerg player, as Clem opens up a 40, nearly 50 supply lead. Yeah, not usually going to win many games from there as a Zerg, but let's see if Shin can make some magic happen. He's going to need something because, like I said, this is not pretty for him at all. Marines just pull back, then let the Widowmine do some work. Actually hits the Lings, so honestly a decent trade once again from Clem at the moment. Put those Marines up once again, just going to escape away, trying to stay ourselves clear of trouble as best as possible. There's another round of Banelings morphing in right off the bat. Clem is maxed, and as we've said about game number 1, when Clem is putting the pressure on, he's very rarely going to give up on that opportunity to keep on applying pressure, and that is, to me, where we're at right now, which is Clem is not far from being able to claim some victory here in the semi-final. He's going to come stepping through. He's going to go attacking. We got a few Banelings that are morphing in some trouble as well. I mean, once again, Shin going to try and come from all angles, which, if you're going to make this work, this is probably how you're going to do it. The Bane's still chasing. The Marines are going to try and get out of there, escaping for the moment. A couple more Banelings going down. GG gets called, and Clem is going to win game number 3, and he's going to go to the finals of this WardiTV Monday. That again happened yesterday, and that we're just catching up on a little bit here for ourselves today, because I missed yesterday. Alright, so that's Clem moved through to the final. Now we get to reveal the grand finals. I'm guessing, I don't know, we had Clem Max Specs last week, right? I'm gonna guess it's Clem Max Specs. Let's find out. It's not Clem Max Specs, it's Clem versus Hero. Oh. A Clem versus Hero final. Exciting, alright. So we'll go into Clem versus Hero. It's going to be a best of 5. And that'll be our last match of the ticket. So we'll do this Clem Hero best of 5, and we'll go from there. Let's throw a quick round of ads on. LBRB, just 1 minute, and we'll get going into that. Alrighty, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience to take a quick break. Let's jump into this Clem versus Hero best of 5. Let's hope for a good one. If you're enjoying the games today, and do consider liking, subscribing, and following, always appreciated. And I'm trying to get that. I had a real battle with the Twitch sub count, but yeah, I'll try and get that back up towards 700 again. Is going to be the goal. Give or take. Sorry, just checking one thing quickly. I'll take us in game. Apologies. Cool. We're good. All right, let's go in to the bottom left-hand side of the map, where we are going to start off with the blue Terran player from Team Liquid. This is Clem, taking on the red Protoss in the top right corner of the map. We actually have Hero. Going to be having ourselves the couple of gates coming down, so Hero again very aggressive at the start of this one. Sorry, guys. Had to reply to a player. Trying to get a group organized for tomorrow's WardiTV February, and someone just messaged me at a bad time. So yes, a couple of gateways coming down. I was going to see that probe moving through, Reaper popping out, factory in the reactor coming in. It's going to be seeing the Reaper gun go after that probe. The SUV pulls back. Cybercore and a couple of Zealots coming across. And it's going to be seeing those Zealots then going to apply some pressure here as Clem. He's going to be moving forwards, and yeah, Reaper going to come through. I'm just going to get settled down a little bit, as the problem is Clem's only just now about to realize, uh-oh, there's 2 Zealots arriving, and he has no way to really deal with this, although, I mean, the wall off his nice high ground CC helps. You get some SCVs to repair this reactor. Just about going to stay alive. The Reaper across the map will start to kill probes as there's no battery yet, and Reaper will be able to do quite well for itself at the moment, and 2 rows go down. Obviously, we'll start to work on that battery. 2 Stalkers arriving soon. We'll obviously be able to pick away at the SCVs from the other side of this wall off, so that's what we're going for at the moment. The Marines will hit. Zealot will go down. Little Stalker still firing. Reaper hops up to the high ground. Little grenade goes in. Oh, pushes one Zealot to the wrong side. Means the Zealot actually gets a couple of swipes off. Helps against the Marine. Stalker's able to do damage there because of that. Cyclone shows up and we'll start to lock on. The Zealot will have to pull away to get rid of that Cyclone lock. He's going to get one Zealot low, but that's about it for now. So this is still continuing. Very committed from Hero, because obviously you built 2 gates out in the middle of the map. Your tech is delayed. Your expansion is delayed. So there's a lot of reasons why you want to try and get some good work done right now. Step continues to move about. Here we're just going to shoot a couple of probes, taking shots across the map still. So the Reaper keeping an eye on things. With 2 Cyclones out, I think Clem is going to be very safe now in his base. And obviously his orbital command for the natural is finished already, so that's also a pretty huge benefit. Thank you so much, Lambo, for the raid. I just don't think this was enough from here. Like, yeah, what, we call some SCVs to come off the line for a while. Great, don't get me wrong, I love that, but I feel like you need so much more here than what we got. The Stalker at home at least will push the Reaper away so we can finally expand. Like Clem's army's now adding a siege tank on as well, so that's also looking great. Not ideal. Not ideal. I mean, you do get a good force field here, but with the siege tank down, we can kind of pull back towards that tank. That limits what else you can do. Tank shot firing, a couple of Stalkers taking hits. We are going to see the Cyclones locking in. The Stalkers will get chased for a few moments. Marines doing a good job. The Stalkers really getting pushed all the way away again. Stalkers would like to come back through. Tank gets siege. Marines are popping. Tech Lab coming about, Depot on the way through, SCVs will finish as well, Cyclone gets there, Sentry gets pushed the other way. We're just going to say GG. He knows he did not do enough with this, and he's going to tap out of this opening game. We're going to head ourselves to game 2 here. Sooner rather than later. Alright, so second game coming up. I'm going to kick that off. Game number 2 here in a few moments. I'm going to go to Amygdala for a second map. Perfect, let's just do it. Let's send it. Alright, so Amygdala for map number 2. See how we go. Again, apologies for the little bit of AFK at the start there, guys. Let's just sort some stuff out. Sorry, give me 1 second. I have to reload the game. Alright, let's jump into game 2. And kick this off, going into Amygdala. The second map of our best of 5. And let's get at it. As obviously in the top right hand side, able to take that 1-0 lead. The blue Terran player from Team Liquid is Clem, world champion of StarCraft 2. Here on the bottom left, our red Protoss player lost to Clem in the semi-finals of that world championship. Such a brutal performance from Clem, 4-0 on the biggest of stages. Again, it's a player who, I mean, Hero beat Clem in a lot of big scenarios in the past. I mean, I always remember that Valencia quarterfinal where Clem, I think when Clem was up 2-0 and Hero reverse swept. Went on to lose in the semis. It was a Maru Dark Grand Final that time, but that just felt like one of the times where Clem was meant to go so much further than he did. He was looking so good, and Hero was able to just bring it back the other side. Cracks in the gas coming up. We get settled down for a few moments. Drop that Nexus into place, the barracks coming through. Manufacturer coming through, the reactor coming around, so we get that all set up. Gonna see 2 Reapers on the way up, so just gonna see Clem actually getting a little bit of harassing potential on the way. And Reapers and Hellion coming up, so we're going to have ourselves a lot of early game harassing units. We'll see if Clem can break through and maybe find some damage with some of that. Obviously got the Stalker, the Twilight Council, a couple of probes coming up as well, so we bring a lot of that coming through for the moment. Stalker just going to get back to patrolling. Link building, warp gate building. Bring that across for now. I'm just going to be seeing our Twilight Council obviously getting that blink up and roll, and the Reapers will make a jump into the main base. So they will try and just come through, and 4 Reapers can kill probes pretty quickly. So potential there to create some danger. Starts to fight the units as they come to the front. Can we get the Hellions into the main base? We're actually going to try and chase for a Stalker, but it's going to start getting healed. Then we'll be in the main base with all 4 Reapers and the Hellions then, and he can potentially do some damage. Hellions obviously can do a lot of splash at once. Makes it difficult for the battery to, heal everything up. And even if the battery does heal everything up, it's a great way to drain the energy off of that super quickly. 5 workers end up going down, and Clem is going to succeed for quite a bit of early game damage. He has 5 probes get picked off. And ourselves the robot facility coming up at the back there from Hero. Temple Archives robot facility coming through. The blink is coming in as well. Hallucination just moving across again. A couple of Stalkers setting up. The Cyclone gets there. Hallucination gets knocked away at, so we push that back once more. Can see that Liberator popping out. Siege Tank coming through also, so we keep that coming in. Archive is going to get a Chrono Boost. That Storm going to get brought along for a couple of moments, so we're just going to bring that straight over. Yeah, Nexus going down there as well. Just going to bring that straight through and get that set up. We will have ourselves the Raven and the +1 upgrade continuing to produce right now. So again, we get that started. And that Prism is going to be popping from the Robo facility here very shortly. That Prism will pop out again. Storm available, and that gives Hero a lot of defensive opportunities, a lot of ways to play this game out as we continue through as well. So sets up from there. Load the High Templars up into the Prism. Saw a great Storm Drop the other day from Hero. Was it Hero? I think he got 14 workers with a Storm Drop like early in the game. I don't think what tournament that was in, but I can't quite remember. Just seeing our Prism hat gathering around again, charging a couple High Templars coming through. CC will be settling down. And the Prism moving across once again, trying to see where we can get to, what we can do. This Prism is going to warp in right here. Hero's streaming everything across the map right now as he will look for some storms to open this up. That first one was not great. Honestly, neither was the second. I don't think I liked any of those storms. Ourselves are going to come charging through. Raven is energyless. As you see a couple of Water Mines get burrowed. By on the left side, going to get stormed again. Hero pushing into this and actually doing okay for himself, considering he's down like over half the army supply. Clem is going to be kind of just about hanging on in there. Man, where is Clem's army? It's not a lot, man. 545 army supply. I'm like, where is Clem's army? Like I say, I guess a lot of it just caught in production. Felt like Clem should have had a lot more and a much more comfortable position right there. Now he drops storms again. Medivacs are still getting chased away. It's going to be another round as Zelt's getting walked in. Bio coming in from two sides. Liberate again sieged up. Four SCVs going down. We continue to fire some shots up. I mean, SCVs going to be accompanied by some mules that are dropping into place right here. Hero's still making this work with what is a worker and army deficit at the moment. Marauder Lib coming through. The Ghost Academy coming up and online. Just going to see our Prism pulling away over to the side as the couple of forges continue through. Immortals out, High Templar continuing about. Lib's going to set up another storm coming down. Marine Marauder getting caught there as well. Army up to the top. Hero getting ready for an attack in potentially. Storm's coming down. That's a lot of bio getting stormed once again. The Zealot's actually going to have a good time here for a couple moments because there's a lot of Marauders that are low HP. The Liberator Widowmine combo, though, is doing a lot of work. As you look back to the left side, you'll see that Hero still has quite a few tech units. The Archon and Immortal should help a lot. Another Storm available still, pushing Clem back once again as this continues through. Nearby, Medivacs joining back up together, the Immortal coming up, about to finish, Armory coming through, the Widowmine in production, Marine Marauder, Medivac, all on the way out currently. Another scan, and Nexus, 1-1 upgrades continue to come about. Obviously, Clem's starting to get some ghosts out. It's been such a funny game because Hero's been consistently the one attacking and pushing in, and yet he's consistently been on the lower supply end of things. The Storm obviously does a lot for him to allow him to kind of continue to take fights in these situations. As the Bio comes across, the Stalkers have to blink away. A couple of Immortals gathering together too. We get a couple of Ghosts. Continue to produce onto position. To the side, what am I going to get? An Adeptus, so it's just going to be able to get a little bit of a grab already. Now going to be having our couple Vikings and Ghosts coming through, still 2-2 upgrades coming about as well. See how Archon going to finish up. Move over to the sides. Now a couple of those Stalkers trying to poke around. We'll force a blink back. 2-2 upgrades, Ghosts on the way out. Vikings, Marine Marauder coming through as well. Additional Widow Mines added on into play. Our Mortal and our Zealots continue to warp in. Our Prism poising to see what it can do as we charge forward. The Zealots got an attack. SCVs pulling through this need to turn around themselves. Try to set up a snipe, but it gets cancelled as the Ghost takes a chip of damage. Hero again still just positioned aggressively here. Can Clem continue to fend off this wave after wave of Zealot attacks? Trying to do so right now. Not really doing too much though. 2-2 upgrades. Still very much so on the production tab for Hero just now starting, but they're so close to being done for Clem, which would be huge. Purple Army going to attack forward. A couple of Widowmine shots going to go off. It's a lot of Zealots going to get absolutely blasted. Oh my goodness. Well, Zealots take a lot of damage there. Stalkers and Archon. Stalker and Archon Immortal pulls back as well. Storm comes down. Bio Viking still trying to press through, trying to push across currently. Gonna attack over again. 2 upgrades on the Immortal coming around. The Nexus building into place. Continue to gather right now. Again, 3/3 upgrades currently coming through. Marine Marauder, Widowmine Refinery coming online as well. The EMPs go down. Widowmines are going to fire. A couple of those Zealots getting struck. Just going to be seeing one more Widowmine shot going to land. A few of those Zealots go down. The Vikings will land once again as the Immortals continue to push up. That is going to be the Planetary Fortress being taken out. So the Planetary goes down. 10 SCVs going down, but at the same time, Clem on the counterattack is going to start getting some probes here. Warping and a recall. Stalkers will blink underneath. The Medivac lives on low HP. Look at it go. Super low HP gets into the main for the full unload and keep on causing trouble. Going to undo a lot of the work just dealt, a lot of the damage just done there by getting damage of your own done now. Meanwhile, Clem is actually pushing with his main army, knowing that Hero has so much of his army back over here, so Clem at the very least likely gets a base in return, if not 2. He could get this one and maybe work his way to the upper left. Should get that pylon before the warp-in as well. He actually hasn't gotten this base yet, but he is hitting great EMPs. Now the High Templar goes down, snipe on it too. The Immortals on their own are not doing enough, but he will protect the base. So credit to him. I do not think Hero's going to keep this base alive, but he has been able to. So still trying to step through. The Ghost and the Bio units continue to step back into the Sniper Stow coming online. Still got 3/3 upgrades coming up as we speak. Probably going to fight. Stalkers getting hit. We will see how our upgrades continue to come through. More units gathering together. Uncle's back around the right side. More warp-ins get put into place there, plus 3 armor is about to finish. Marine Marauder Medivac reducing through from Clem, add a Ghost onto that as well. Again, it's such a weird game because Clem's supply has consistently been in the lead, and yet it feels as though Hero's the one that's had so many of the moves he's been making to kind of initiate a lot of this. Fire on the Ghost coming through. A couple of Zealots going to come in the other side. Fire gathers on that watchtower. Zealots and Immortals join up. EMP comes in towards this again. Disruptor just going to clip the edges. Bio still stepping through. Another Disruptor shot hits just a couple Marines. We continue to play the chasing game, and that Disruptor going to get grabbed once again. Zealots, Immortals, Stalkers coming forwards here. We are going to see Zealots from the bottom side as well. Good, couple of good EMPs helping out. Continue to pull back. Those Zealots take a lot of damage. Just doesn't feel like Hero has enough to kind of continue on with here. Those Zealots keep on melting away. We get a few more Liberators producing from Clem. His army getting better and better. I mean, he's just, to me, I think this army dies here from Hero. Can he hang on few Zelts try and get to the front at the moment. Liberator turned around. The Ghost tried to find a snipe on the High Templar, but got denied. The Storm did damage to it, which cancelled the snipe, which basically is the High Templar saving itself. Funnily enough, 6 o'clock goes down. I didn't think that base was ever going to be held. Step through, Pylon drops, Disruptor lands for a Marine, chips a Marauder. We know the Pylon getting grabbed now, some probes taking damage, EMP comes down, Disruptor backs away. And jump onto this Nexus again, we'll be able to grab that as well. Top side, Nexus continues to come about too. Again, our +1 vehicle plating coming in. Marine Marauder coming up, our barracks is producing. So let's show up on the top side. One Rax gets denied, the Bio comes up to the top. 7 SCVs down already, we're going to get ourselves one Widow Mine, second one in some trouble, the Bio will be here, a couple of Zealots going down, Stalkers blinking forward. The Liberators will turn, the Liberators will push those Stalkers back. Yeah, Pylon here. Now a couple of Forges setting up. Widow Mines will fire onto the probes. The Stalker's getting recalled. Our Medivacs come through, and again we get an attack to the top side. That 12 o'clock going to get jumped onto here already. Disruptor landing. Second Disruptor shot landing as well. Couple units. It's just Hero still fighting with what feels like so little. I'm yet to see a Hero army in this game where I'm like, oh my god, that's going to overwhelm. It just hasn't existed, yet he's still the player who's consistently been the aggressor. So that's Stalkers coming through, Mortals and the Colossus. Continuing to chase down. As Hero is going to find himself on top of another base of Clem. Base goes down, Storm coming through. Two coming about. We will see ourselves the Vikings, Marines, the +1 vehicle plating coming up as well. Border's going to keep trading. Just going to be seeing a couple of Zealots getting blasted. Bio still pushing forward right here. Prison coming about. Viking and Marines coming through too. As we are going to see the SCVs coming from the other side. Widow Mines going to be flaring. There goes the Colossus. There goes the Immortal. Stalker's getting caught as well. Clem has just doubled the army supply now as Hero throws another round of Zealots at him. Clem is a little bit struggling base-wise, but I think it's going to be okay for the moment. By shooting, Stalker's taking damage. Just gonna step across again, a bit of Bio gonna come pushing through. See our Widow Mines coming about as well. Just gonna see our Zealots coming over, charging onto that. And Hero is just going to run out of stuff, and Clem is going to claim his second game of this series. A 2-0 lead for him. This was a fascinating 20-minute game where I feel like for the entire last 15 minutes, Hero has just been attacking non-stop and losing. Like, this was completely baffling, but it's one of those games where a lot of the Terran supply is in the sky, or support unit, or in production still, so the pros can do so much, especially with Storm. Crazy stuff. GG's. Alright, we're going to go game 3 of this in a couple of moments. Going to be heading into King's Cove in just a few, but we'll run a quick set of ads, guys, and get that underway for now. Give us a moment. Alright, let's get King's Cove ready. I guess 30 seconds for some ads. Alright, let's do it. Gonna be King's Cove for map 3 as Clem takes a 2-0 lead. Looking to close out. And the bottom right hand side. It is going to be our blue Terran player. With a 2-0 lead, it is Clem. The Mr. Aggressive man himself, hero in the top left side. Our red Protoss player for game 3. Let's see what happens on this one. King's Cove here. As we get ourselves set. Game 3 of this best of 5. We're gonna see LCC coming about, the Reaper coming through, we get settled down here. And next is coming through, piling about to finish, factory in the bunker coming about, CC getting built. And the proxy from Hero will be a Stargate, so a little bit of something different in terms of aggression this time around. Trying to get in there early. Never tries to hop in, but is going to get turned around. The Adept there is going to be good to play the denial for a couple of moments at least. There's that Oracle. Just Chrono Boost now. We'll see how well that can do. I've just seen a couple of gates dropping down. Get that ready. Warp gate coming up. Medevac Marines on the way through. Get that set to go. Oracle just coming straight through. 3 SCVs going down. Let's see, our Mule gonna get grabbed. Another SCV gonna get jumped on. We actually don't get that 4th SCV, so a little mishap there. A little bit of miscommunication. Comes in and now goes for 3 more workers. Widowmine on the natural is trying to cover, but it's not doing well enough. Clem has to pull the SCVs closer in to the command center there. Now the Marines unloading, Adept taking damage. Marines on the other side going to get rid of this pylon in the next few moments. Drop down a probe. So that goes down as well. So I'm just going to shoot the medevac, taking some damage, going to load up, jump into the main. Oracle fires once again. Brings unload once more, jumping onto this pylon, going to get onto that, the Viking coming over. We do have ourselves, the Oracle's just going to come straight through. The Stalker's going to shoot there, 2 Oracles go down already, the Viking going to get chased back the other way. Stalkers are going to get that Viking too, good shutdown from Hero. Interesting fight so far, because now you've lost 2 Oracles, but obviously good to get rid of so much of Clem, and you did get work out of those Oracles. I mean, obviously you always worry, because Oracles going down feels bad. Almost always feels like you want to keep those Oracles up. They have so much more value for the future. We do have 1 Oracle still on the field. But in this case, I think I actually like it because it's allowed you to clean up very committedly. And now we're going to grab this Cyclone. There's going to be a bunker with a few Marines inside of it. I mean, if nothing else, you're killing SCVs here. I would have thought. I'm sort of kind of shocked we don't go up the ramp. I guess a new Cyclone showing up. Maybe Hero has a bit more foresight than I do. But I really felt like that was a moment where we could have pushed and kept on pushing for a little bit. Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. Oracle into the main. Cyclone and the Viking going to be there, immediately pushing the Oracle back the other direction right from the get-go. Bunker Marine setting up the charge, and the Observer coming up as well. Hero has that Robo Bay coming online as well. And that bunker just sits there, charge about to finish. Blink is going to start up. The Observer coming through. Extra gates in the Robo Bay coming about. Marine Marauder medevac building on the side of Clem. So we're just getting all of that coming through. The Widow Mine's coming up. We're going to dive here. Clem gets caught with the force fields. It's a fake Colossus, but we put a lot of damage onto it, so for it being fake, it's not exactly ideal. Clem's going to chase as well. He's going to see it pop as a hallucination. Man, that Colossus took so much damage and it wasn't even real. In a game where Clem has been a little bit on the back foot, that's not the kind of thing that helps you out there. A bunch of units went down. And Clem just about able to get onto his 3rd base now. Here already mining off of 4 bases. 70 workers, Blinking +1 about to be in play as well. Dive straight through. A couple of Zelds getting grabbed. Cyclone locks. You're going to see the Zealots going to be able to get the grab. Cyclone goes down. And there's WardiTV's going to be chilling. Got ourselves a +2/+1 coming through. Extended Thermal Lance and Blink coming online. Our Bio wants to get down this ramp here. Clem going to push through. Force fields are going to be well placed. And Java Color batteries down. Again, the Disruptor's coming out. +2/+1. The Extended Thermal Lance coming about. Our Oracle will drop a Revelation down. You're obviously just on the front doorstep of Clem. If you can stay here and hold this map control, you're kind of free to do as you wish at home, which is exactly what he's doing, right? He's taking all the opportunities to expand. Stalker's just already chipping through a couple of Widow Mines here on the right side. And I mean, this is the opportunity you get by being the aggressor right now. You're able to sit in these positions. Disruptor shot is good. Widow Mine's going to get hit. The ByuN's coming down the ramp and the Stalkers get chased away. So Bio gathers. One medevac just going to move the tank over to the side. Widow Mine going to burrow up. Stasis just going to get caught. Just going to get rid of that already. Couple of Disruptors coming through. +2 armor coming up as well. Oh, Clem kind of gets caught down the ramp. And again, Hero is just there and ready to pounce on the opportunity. Immediately comes in. Good couple force fields to help with the positioning. Disruptor shot's going to fly up this ramp as well. Gho's going to get hit. Another Disruptor shot flies, and that's a Siege Tank going down. The thing is, it's like, okay, well, Hero lost a bunch of stuff here too. Yeah, sure, but then Hero's got the money to rebuild it because he's been expanding all game. Clem is battling to hold on to a 4th base. If he didn't somewhat push back this fight, his 4th would be gone right now, which is a major issue. So let's Stalker chase and a couple more orders go down again. Hero's just right here once again, keeping the aggression up, keeping this position strong. Another Disruptor shot flies upwards. It's going to be a bunch of Marines and Marauders going down. Now Marines are going to try and chase forward again. The Planetary did go down. You're without a 4th base here as Clem. You got to do something miraculous, and the reality is chasing down this army ain't going to be it. Widow Mines died before they can even shoot. And I think it's very fair to say that Clem is... Well, I was going to say he's on the back foot by a mile, but he's just going to GG out anyways. Yo, Piazza, thank you so much for the 21-month resub on the Prime. Thank you. And also thank you so much to Multi-XP for the Prime sub fresh and new. If you guys are enjoying the stream on Twitch and you've got a Prime available, please consider using it on the channel. We have a lot of StarCraft 2 we want to run this month, next month. We're already having the Backers Brawl this weekend. Thanks to our sponsor for that. And we've got WardiTV February in motion. And trying to fix together a kind of a full series for WardiTV 2025. So we actually have like a full series of events throughout the year. A championship at the end of it like we've had in previous years, though we didn't have it last year. So if you want to support that kind of vision and stuff, do consider Prime subbing. It's a super easy way to support the stream. If you've got that Prime available, consider using it today. And in return, I shall give you more StarCraft. At least that's the trade-off we try to provide. As, yeah, we're going to go to ley lines for another map. I think we've got to run ads, though. We've got 6 minutes on the ad time. I get the feeling Clem Hero may not be a 6-minute game, so... We'll just throw those ads on, and then we'll get ready to Go, girl. What's up, Logan? Thank you so much for the 57-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Appreciate it. Awesome. All right. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Alright, give me another 30 seconds or so, guys. Hero's control on offense is crazy good versus Terran. I feel like when Hero gets in that setup of like couple Colossus and just kind of position on the map and stuff, I feel like it's so freaking good for him so often. Crazy. Alright, we're gonna go game number 4 here, guys. Let's just get started. I think we're good. We waited a minute and a half. That's about what we usually do. Bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be Team Liquid's Clem, still clinging on to a lead here, up 2-1 in this best of 5 finals against Hero, our red Protoss, in the top right corner of the map. So, I got ourselves a game number 4 setting up here. Ley line's going to be our map. Let's see where we get to. Let's see what happens. So we got Cybercore coming through, we got a Reaper coming online, ley lines, as our good friend HARSTEM said earlier, not a bad map for Protoss. So we'll see what happens. Reaper coming over, down through the bottom. Factory coming up and online, Marine and the SCV coming through, and again, Wolfgate, Depth, coming online as well. For the council, I'm going to be finishing up. Blink is on the way, the Adept coming through. Alright, we're coming over. The Adepts will gather. Blink coming up. The Warp Gate is coming through. Reaper hops to the high ground and the Adept begins to go after that Reaper, so a bit of damage being done there. But that will go down again. Blink coming through, hero his choice. And with these Adepts, we'll see if he can get anything done going across the map, or if he just wants to sit back and play defense. There's a Hellion here, which is already approaching. Blink coming straight through, Viking the Cyclone coming up from Clem. I think just going to dive straight through into the natural and toward the main base. That's how the Stalker's going to be there. The Hellion taking damage. That Hellion will go down. There's depth. I'm just going to shade into the center. The couple Stalkers coming across. We'll just have our Robot Bay coming about, our Raven coming through. And again, Siege Tank coming about as well, so we bring that over for the moment. Focus to get turned back around. Means the Raven gather up. Stim coming through. Marine Marauder producing. Our CC's about to finish. Engineering Bay on the way. Siege Tank will settle down as the Adept tries to shade through. And the back's just going to move over to the Tech Lab. Factory coming across. All of Adepts coming over as well. Let's see a few Stalkers moving about. Plus one attack. Stim and combat shields coming through. Extended thermal lance and the charge coming about. You got the hallucination, take that out. Again, the units gathering together. As Clem settles down, I mean, Hero has himself disrupted production, charge coming online. These are things which are obviously going to help you a lot. Taking some fights. And just only 2 Colossus before starting up Disruptors wants to go directly into that, not kind of hang around before that point, so see where we go. Tommy still sits in the center, so again, we just gather up a little bit of time. We'll see if Heroes, I mean, Heroes from here, I guess, with the Disruptors can start putting on pressure and being in that aggressive position like we saw in the previous game. It's very good for him. Yeah, needs to gather up, +2 attack and +1 armor coming into play. We do have our Bioforce still gathering, and the armory and engineering bay coming up from Clem as well. DC building, Vikings producing. Had a couple widow mines in there as well. +2/+1 coming about. The Dark Shrine is coming through. Additional probes are coming over. Cannons and a battery getting set as our few workers work their way down to the bottom. I'm killing the CC. Just Clem things, guys. Sometimes you kill your own CC. You just gotta move on, you know? You just gotta keep on at it. Yeah, sometimes disaster strikes. As I wouldn't mind shots fire here, and a couple stalkers just going a little blinking away. Clan maxed, hero maxed. Hero not as aggressively pushing in this time around. Doesn't really need to, I guess. This Clan just sits on 3 bases, gonna lead some disruptor shots up this ramp, gets a widow mine. Hero's already on the 5 bases, right? So Hero's already doing what you're kind of meant to, which is just expand, 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 try and hold the map control while you take that expansion. Hero pulls a little bit of this army back over. +2/+2 coming up as well. Now, Hero just feels comfortable. Man, Shadow Stride building in as well. Disruptors will fire up. There's going to be good connections. Ghosts getting jumped on there. Another couple of disruptor shots doing decently. Yo, thank you so much for the donation. Let me just get my dashboard open so I can shut that properly when the time comes, because right now we do have Hero pushing in once again. A couple disruptors. Gonna get rid of the siege tank right away there, so he's gonna be able to get that grab. And then a couple disruptor shots coming through. Clem trying to chase this army back though. Feels as though he thinks he can definitely keep moving on top of this, so continues to make those moves. The bio getting forward again. A disruptor will go down. Go back and forth. Continue to sit here as the Stalkers will chase the bio down. Again, a couple of those Marauders getting jumped on. There goes one Marauder. Stalker's even going to blink. The Disruptor's coming once more, forcing another stim. Is going to just kind of keep the HP bars off of Clem's units. Three Disruptors being built at a time from here. He wants to keep this Disruptor count super high. The Raven Harass tries coming for a few workers. Again, Disruptors coming in, having those Colossus here again is really nice. Not a lot to really deal with that. One Viking in the sky ain't going to do it. Clem's building 4 Vikings at once, but like I say, it's a nice switch that catches Clem a little bit off from what he was expecting at that moment as the Disruptor flies once more, but will not quite land. Planetary Fortress is going to be taking quite a lot of shots. Disruptor's coming through again. We are going to see the Marauder able to get a Disruptor. Zelda still charging through. The Colossus are firing. From the right again, Colossus will fire. We do lose that Colossus though. One Marauder shot got to it, and that's all we needed. Another Disruptor shot going well as fire a couple of extras across. The Bioforce still there. Vikings trying to chase. The Colossus taking damage. We'll just be seeing our Disruptors firing one more time. We turn around, a couple of those Vikings getting grabbed. 33 upgrades. Building on the engineering phase. Again, Mortal Colossus. +3 armor coming about currently. Very oppressive this style, right? Just disruptor shots firing 2 at a time. You can't step into them at all. I mean, the Vikings get the Colossus again, so that's nice. What can we do with these disruptors? They're starting to start getting surrounded again. That might not matter because we just have so many of them. And again, being able to send these disruptor shots in 2 at a time is huge. Actually lost a bunch of Vikings. They were on the ground and another Colossus shows up, catching, I think, Clem a little bit off guard there. Disruptors firing across. Going to be seeing a couple of good disruptor shots right in the center there. Getting a bunch of ghosts. Apparently that's good enough to get Clem to leave already. And Hero is going to bring us back from 0-2 to 2-2. And we are going to get ourselves a full 5-game series on this final. So, full 5-game series coming at us. 5th game on the way. Yeah, thank you so much, Max009L, for the £15 donation. No message attached. It's a generous donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much for the support. We're gonna go El Dorado for map number 5, guys. Let's go straight into it. We have enough time on the ads if we get going. I think just commit. A couple snoozes. Let's send it. In the bottom right side, we are gonna have ourselves the blue Terran player, who is letting a 2-0 lead slip away from him right now. This is Clem. And the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss Hero. To get into this, Game 5, final game. Who will win? WardiTV Mondays 22. First WardiTV Monday I've ever cast on a Tuesday. How about that for a stat? Okay, we're coming through, a couple of refineries and the barracks coming up. We get settled down here. Coming up, Cybercore coming on in the forward gateway here from Hero. So one gateway out in the middle of the map. Kind of put some pressure on early, it seems. And Reaper on the way through, factory coming up, so we are going to get that factory before an expansion. Clem will play the double gas here to begin with in this game 5. Obviously that means a late expansion, which potentially means more defense, although just a Reaper right now. It is only one gateway though, right? Like, this is just a single gate proxy. The max packs even, right? This is the max packs build. Proxy your first gateway, and you just kind of play like normal from that. You know, you just expand behind it. And you put on some pressure with that forward gate. The Reaper caught off guard is going to go down, though. Means that Clem's going to be reliant on just the units that are still yet to be started to be made. So we'll have to deal with that. SCVs pull in. Depots repair. A couple of Adepts going to fire. A couple of SCVs have to pull back. I mean, good job of keeping the SCVs alive, as units will start to pop out soon. SCVs wanted to come back in. The depot will be saved, though. The Adepts decide to chase back. Not a bad choice, because the Cyclone's about to be here. We had 2 gates behind this as hero, so he's going to double down on the pressure with 3 gates. I think that will be a factor. The Wolf Gate coming through, the probe coming across. CC just going to land down, jumping straight on in there. As we'll see, these units actually coming very far forward from Clem and getting caught off guard. I don't think he's expecting the 3 gateway unit amount of units. 2 Cyclones, though, can do a lot to keep you healthy. Looks like I'm still locking on. We will see a Stalker going down. There goes the Sentry. The few SCVs pull in. The Adepts and get jumped on again. We do see, and again, Marines continue to go down. Cyclone pulling back. SCVs trying to come through. 3 SCVs going down so far here. Again, our Cyclones gather together, and a Liberator Siege Tank continue to come through for the moment. I'm just all on defense. Now remember, Hero, as he takes the 3rd base on the bottom of the map, he's still got no tech structure in this game. And this is always what worries me about builds like this. You're playing with no tech structure. The moment that Clem gets even remotely set up and deals with this pressure, you are so far behind where you need to be as Hero in this game. And that's why it's important to just kind of, you need to do more than this. Like having a bit of pressure on the map and la-di-da, that's great and all, but you got to get more. There's more to be had in moments like this, and I think that's the issue for Hero. Going into Twilight Council now, we're talking about what, like a 7:30, 8-minute blink? Like that's a very late blink upgrade. Like a very late blink upgrade. 8 might be pushing it a little bit, but like 7:30 blink. Very late. You're going to lose a gateway in the center as Clem pushes through. The Liberator's trying to take some attention from you as well. So now you're down to 2 gateways and just basic gateway units against Clem, who's got some Cyclones and a Siege Tank. Like early game Terran units are going to trade better than early game Protoss units. And just gather up again. Stalker gathering as well. Liberator between the bases right now too. Workers popping around. We are going to go to the bottom side here. I like that. This is where Hero's army is at, but like I said, I don't think Clem looks at this as a bad opportunity to fight a Hero army. Like, he's got the tech units now to turn this around. Hero's going charge, so I mentioned it was going to be a late blink. Even with charge, it's going to be finishing at, what, like 7 minutes here? Charge the faster upgrade, and a cheaper upgrade at that as well. It's probably the right thing to help clean up a tank push, but let's see, as we have Stalkers that can't engage those tanks at all because they have no way to close the distance. Clem chases onto the army, a couple of Zealots going down, 5 more gateways coming through, but yeah, I think this 3rd base is in some serious trouble. As Clem will start to put his attention onto it. There's not much else to be done right now other than to kill off this Nexus and then probably just back off. I don't think you go chasing up a ramp into the natural. Killing a 3rd base and resetting this game to 2 bases each is good enough. You're going to have a Liberator that can move to the side. It can still harass. Everything else gets to go home. The fact you have those tanks still alive is amazing. And that is absolutely huge. Medevac loads, couple of tanks pull into the natural. Now you can see the ByuNs gathering together. Stimpack about to finish up. Combat shield coming through. The +1 attack upgrade continues into play as well. CC gold. Nexus comes online. So that's around the top side. Here are going to be supply blocked. I mean, this is just painful. His re-expansion to the top side is about to finish up at least. Type 1's locked. Just going to chase those zealots away. Hero getting pushed back. Like I say, gotta love where Clem is at. Supply-wise, it's amazing. His third CC is landing. Upgrades are kicking in now as well, so his bio army is only going to get stronger. Oh god, this tank's moving up. Just gonna see the Liberator sieging. Stalker's gonna get there, and you'll see that Liberator going down. Find the pylon on the left-hand side. Stalkers and the Zealots keep on moving through. The army continues up to the top side. Marines step through. A couple of tanks will unsiege and reposition a little bit. Back moves up, gonna get a tank trying to settle. Oh, good force field's gonna give us at least a fighting chance here. Medevac's gonna be able to evacuate though, and that's obviously one of the power points of that play from the Terran, is that you can just lift and pull on over. There's no blink yet. Remember the repercussions of the early game? Blink's late? Yeah, well, yeah, there you go. There's an example. If you have blink there, you can blink forward and maybe pick off a couple Medevacs. It's obviously just not gonna happen in this situation though. Hero does obviously keep himself alive with that defense, but I think it's a long way from being a playable, truly kind of good-looking game from Hero. Drop down, 2 Zealots get killed. Gathering on this watchtower. ByuN loads is going to be seeing the siege tank, and ByuN in this main base is going to start fighting. A few Zealots get warped into this as well. And try and siege the tank up. Does Hero try and target it down? He does get rid of that. Doesn't matter anyways. At the same time, we've got a fight conversion in the middle of the map as well. Hero going to have to go chasing after it, but this drop in the main's already done a lot, and here it is from Clem. This push forward is going to force the other initiation. Tanks, what are we going to do? Not much. The Widowmines absolutely slaughter those Zealots, though. That's pretty darn good, as... I mean, we lose the tanks to lose the mines, so at the very least, Clem only has bio left over, but he actually won this fight in the main base, now depowering gateways, taking the production of Hero down as this drop is finally forced back. I mean, it's only 2 gates, but you're in a kind of situation as Hero where you can't really let anything up. Any little thing can definitely add up to your demise right now as the army of Clem continues through the top side over to the far left. Pushing forward once again here as we continue to come straight across. Gonna see the bio fighting, a couple of those immortals going down, Stalkers, Colossus being grabbed as well. Bio will just keep on fighting, the Nexus is gonna get grabbed. You're gonna see the Colossus and the Stalkers come through, Bio will continue to chase. The MP comes down, we will get rid of the Colossus, we'll get rid of the Zealots, get rid of the Stalkers. GG, says Hero, and Clem will take it 3-2 as Hero just did not do enough with the early commitment from the 0-2. So the 2-2, Hero just couldn't follow through for 5th game. And that, my friends, will do it. GG's, that was yesterday's WardiTV Monday, the grand finals. Yeah, it just wasn't a day for me to cast it, guys, unfortunately, so I missed out on that one. We've got a load of great StarCraft coming up over the next couple of weeks. Tomorrow, we're going to be having the... tomorrow we're going to be having the WardiTV February Group A. Confirmed for WardiTV February Group A is ByuN, Geralt, Shin, and Creator, and I'm just going to try and confirm one more player for that ASAP now. And... yeah, I'm just going to try and confirm one more player. It's going to be between a couple of guys. Kind of depends a little bit. That works. And Clem. There you go. Clem will be playing tomorrow too. That's who I needed to replay me. Cool. Alrighty. That's going to be tomorrow then. Cool. Obviously, at the weekend, we're going to have the... Let me just snooze the ads so I can talk a little bit more. At the weekend, we're going to have the WardiTV Backers Brawl as well. There's not really a WardiTV event. I'm just running it. We have a sponsor that came in. That's what we did the qualifier for earlier. That's going to feature Clem, MaxPax, Hero... Clem, MaxPax, Hero, ByuN qualified today, Trigger qualified today, Shin, and Gumiho, and one more invite that I need to talk to our sponsor about, so we're going to get that figured out as well. Beautiful. But now, guys, thank you so much for the 54-month resub on the Prime. Any replay packs coming? Yes. I've got it on my notepad right here to do a replay pack. It's coming. I just need to find a little bit of time. I've been trying to get tournaments organized in my free time lately, so just trying to sort that out. That's TLDR more or less where we stand, so yes. They're coming, I promise. I just need to get it sorted. It was kind of weird because I can't give out OSC replays, so I didn't have a lot of replays to give out, which is why there hasn't been one. You would have been getting, like, basically nothing anyway. So yeah. Alright, guys. Who's the sponsor? Oh, no, literally just some guy. It's called the Backers Brawl because he is just a guy that came into us and said, hey, can we make a tournament happen? And he just threw in $1,000 to make a tournament. So his entire motto, I was saying this earlier, but his entire motto of this tournament and the idea of it is that you guys can get involved too, support these tournaments, we can community fund things, we can make stuff happen. And that's generally the idea of why he's kind of sponsoring, so yeah. We should get the Chinese event replays, Liu Cup. You will get the Liu Cup replays, actually, the Grand Finals replays. They will be in the next replay pack. That's the other tournament that I casted lately. Yeah, they will be there. Don't worry. Yeah, there's no limitations on giving those out, so I will get those. So yeah, sponsor's just an awesome dude that got in contact. We've been putting together a tournament. That's going to be happening this weekend. That's what the qualifier today was for as well. And yeah, like I say, guys, if you enjoyed the content, if you enjoyed the StarCraft, want to keep seeing more, do consider supporting. Like, subscribe, follow, cheer, support. What time tomorrow? Usual start time, so 5 hours ago. It's like 1 PM CET. Basically, in 19 hours from now, we'll be live already. That pretty much fills out all of our groups as well, by the way, so... Perfecto. I think it's perfecto. Pretty much perfecto is the TLDR. Cool. Alright. Is there a match or something to donate a bit more to the prize pool or other tourneys specifically? The best thing for tournament support is the Patreon page. 100% of what you pledge on Patreon goes directly toward tournament prize pools. You can do it on Patreon so that if you want to support, you can, because Patreon obviously is a recurring monthly thing, but you can support and tell it to take your first payment now and then cancel it straight away so you don't get charged monthly. If you ever want to donate and you just want to put money into tournaments, you can also just donate and let me know that the donation is specifically for events, just through our typical donation link. That's also absolutely fine. But always super open to stuff like that. I don't use Matcherino and stuff because Matcherino just takes a much bigger cut of things than is necessary for the sake of, like, it basically adds a middleman that takes some of the money for no real reason. We don't really need a middleman. We have other ways of doing it. Like, Patreon's the same, but Patreon's nowhere near as egregious with the amount of money it takes. So it's, and Patreon obviously has that recurring feature for people that like that, so yeah. Alright, guys, I'm going to leave it there because ads are about to play anyways, so I'll run some ads. Can you be a VIP for $100 a month on Patreon? Yes, absolutely, you can be a VIP for $100 a month. If you would really like to be a VIP, being a VIP means nothing, just so you're aware. Makes no difference, you just get a little pink thing next to your name. And just make sure you're aware. Yeah. All right, guys. Thanks so much for watching. I will be back tomorrow with the WardiTV February Group A. We'll be back at the weekend for the Backers BRAWL main event. It's going to be a fun week, and next week as well, as we continue the February event and all the rest. So, you guys stay safe, and run some ads, and I'll host someone up to spread the StarCraft love. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.